Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Legislative Administration. Can I ask Representative Sheehan to lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. A couple of quick housekeeping notes here, mostly for the committee to jump on what I have planned or what we hope to have planned. So you've noticed the time looks like there's a gap here from the hearings, your morning hearings. I don't think there will be. I think, well, you've seen. So we have, but whatever time we do have available, the Republicans will be caucusing before lunchtime, I believe. We have a scheduling issue with our only early bill, the one that is being heard at 1 o'clock, coincidentally. So what I have arranged is for 2 o'clock, we're going to have a hard break, no matter where we are in the afternoon bills. We'll have a 2 o'clock hard break, and we'll be execing that early bill. So that will be, and then we'll go back. We'll recess at 2 o'clock. We'll have the quick 5-10 minute executive session, and then we'll go right back to where we were and keep going through. Beyond that, then the next hearing that the next time we will meet, I guess, will be, and I have to put that in by noontime, it's looking like the 12th, March 12th, and we'll exec all our remaining bills at that
You
point.
want to do them all in one day?
Well, there's only, we're running out of time here, you know, and every time we start jumping a little bit, I don't think it's a problem.
I don't either.
It's not even our record. I mean, we can't even break our record at this point. We had, what did we have, 18 last session. So it's possible to do. But I think we have to get a lot of these things done before our crossover deadline. So the 12th looks like the next available date. It's a Wednesday. And there is some chance that we will be somewhere shortly thereafter going into 2 days of session. So it would be Wednesday and Thursday, as I recall, right? Well, not us all, but yes. So I think that limits between the day that this room is used, the possibility of a 2-day session week, you get squeezed here along the line. So I think that's what we're planning on doing. That being said, we have this is a prime sponsor. If you hold just a second while we coordinate some things here. All right, welcome. The time being past 9 o'clock, and on the schedule we have House Bill 142. The chair will call the prime sponsor, Representative and Chair Michael Moffett. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to be here. We've been here before. We'll get right to it. For the record, I am Representative Mike Moffett, representing Merrimack District 4, the lovely towns of Canterbury and Loudon. So this bipartisan measure, as I said, has been in this mix before. And this version includes some new language, some compromises that reflect some earlier testimony and feedback that the supporters have received. So the flag design is from a national organization, to be sure, Honor and Remember, Inc. It's a nonprofit 501c. There's been some confusion about that. I also want to say that 28 states, 28 other states, most states have already supported and signed on and adopted this flag as something that these other states officially recognized. So I understand earlier concerns about the flag. One of the big issues was, does this flag detract from the American flag, of which I'm also a big supporter of the American flag. Yes. So hopefully the latest wording of this measure will better address those concerns. My position is obviously one of support for Gold Star families and other families who seek to have this flag recognized by New Hampshire, like most other states have recognized it. And some of these folks will testify momentarily. So as some of you know, I'm a history guy, and this type of initiative helps keep memories alive and spirits alive of our fallen, while also shining a light on history. I know the ranking member has his ancestors who were Bennington General Stark. My fourth great grandfather was at Bennington General Stark. I had never thought about getting a flag until this year. Just didn't occur to me. But were I to do that, my fourth great grandfather, that's one of the things about this flag is you can put a name on it. American flag, you don't do that. That's would be seen as flag desecration. But one of the purposes of this flag option is to personalize it to family members. So, and also during a time when military recruiting has been struggling up and down, this type of recognition sends, we think, an important message that military service is still valued and that those who make the ultimate sacrifice will be remembered. So to add a personal note, I was kind of pulled into this effort several terms ago along with Senator Avard. I was happy to get involved because I'm a veteran and I support veterans, and I chair the Veterans Committee. So anything that's veterans related, I want to understand, and if I can, support. And this is something I can and have supported. And as I just said, I mentioned I never considered myself part of a Gold Star family, but I was just a couple of weeks ago, I was walking on a trail in Canterbury, one of my two towns, and I was thinking about putting together some testimony again for this type of measure. And as I just said, it occurs to me that this flag can also honor veterans who weren't necessarily killed in action. Some veterans' lives, their life journeys are shortened because of physical or psychic trauma that they suffered while in active duty. And I thought of my brother, John. I never thought of this until just a couple of weeks ago. He was also a Marine like myself. We lost him in 2007, and he left behind a 1-year-old and a 4-year-old, neither of whom have any memory of their father. Like I said, he's buried in Boston at the Veterans Cemetery. And it occurred to me, like it never did before, that an honor and remember flag with his name on it, my brother John, would be someday a wonderful gift to Christian and Malia. And if that flag was officially sanctioned by this body in New Hampshire in which we serve, then it would make that flag much more meaningful to the families and to veterans. So a couple other things. Much has been made in the past and again today that some veteran organizations don't endorse the flag. soon hear from a rep from SVAC, which is the State Veterans Advisory Council. And the SVAC folks are great folks. I know a lot of them are my friends. There's 20 plus members from all over the state representing different veterans organizations. And I actually went to the January meeting just to be there to answer questions about pending legislation affecting veterans, particularly in the committee I chair. And this measure was one of several that came up, and I was not asked to speak about this particular measure, and in retrospect, I kind of wish I would have thrown my hand up, but I didn't know if it was my place. I was there to answer questions, which I did on other bills, not this one. But afterwards, and now I kind of wish, as a veteran, I think they may have allowed me to put my hand up and say a few words about the measure. They had a brief discussion on it, and as in the past, SVAC did not support it. And what the main thrust of the opposition was, we have the American flag. We don't need other flags. We get buried under the American flag, and we don't need other flags to take anything away from the American flag. Obviously, a lot of us don't see it exactly that way. So had I been asked to speak, or if I just would have thrown my hand up, I would have taken a couple minutes to try to share to SVAC what I'm sharing with you about the intent of this flag. And you'll hear from other people in just a couple minutes. The truth of the matter is there are a number of flags and symbols that contribute to our veteran culture. I lead the Loudon Memorial Day Parade every Memorial Day, and behind me in the color guard is an American flag and a POW flag and an American Legion flag. The Legion has a flag. There are many flags. I mentioned the POW flag, and all of these flags and symbols complement each other, as well as they also complement the American flag, in my view, to create a tapestry of remembrance. A former veteran committee chair, I know the current chair knows him well, former representative from Londonderry, was a big opponent of recognizing this flag, and he echoed the sentiments that doing so would somehow detract from the American flag. But guess what? His flag, the Marine Corps flag, does fly over the State House every November 10th. So his flag flies over the State House, but he doesn't want, and other folks don't want this flag to get the same type of respect. So, and I can say that as a Marine myself. So I would ask folks like that former chair from Londonderry, why is it okay to recognize your flag and not this flag? Seriously. And I also have to opine that any bill's prospects are tied to the committee. I guess perhaps in the past, this has been around for a while. It's gone to Veterans Committee, I guess, in the past. It's gone to this committee at least twice that I'm aware of. And the vice, were this to be in Veterans Committee, it's a different culture. My vice chair in State Federal Veterans is a Gold Star father, Skip Rollins. You all know Skip. He couldn't be here today. He obviously has supported this in the past and supports it now. But it's not in his committee or my committee, it's here. So it's this committee that now owns this measure, and it obviously, you know how this all works. You can do what you're going to do with it. You can amend it. You can do a number of things with or to HB 142. One of the things that has come up, I'm going to finish up here, last year's testimony, somebody pointed out that it doesn't need to be, that there are 5 days that were identified as days that it would be nice to have it flown, whether at the cemetery or in the greater State House area. But it doesn't have to be all 5. It could be 1 or 2 of those days. So that's something that you might want to possibly consider if you are open to amending it. So anyway, so the families that have been fighting for this flag have been doing so for many years. And someday they'll be successful and we'll join the other 28 or 30 states, or whatever it is, that recognize this honor remembrance flag. So someday they'll be successful, but why must they wait for someday? Why not today? That's my question. Why can't we now give them the imprimatur of our great state to validate their hard work and their flag, their memories, their lost loved ones by passing HB 142 this year as opposed to some other year? So thanks for all your time and patience. I'd be happy to take any questions if there are any.
Thank you, Representative Moffett. Are there questions? Yes, Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Moffett, for coming in to testify today. You said that the Marine flag flies over the State House, or does it fly out on the plaza in November?
November 10th, I believe it's a day that it flies up on top of the State House. This body passed a measure sanctioning the Marine Corps flag to fly over the State House one day a year, November 10th, which I alluded to earlier.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks, Representative Moffett, for your testimony. Just one quick question. You mentioned you think there's about 30 states that already have this. Do you have a listing of those specific states,
Yeah.
or could somebody get one for me?
yeah, I got a message yesterday on that. The number I saw yesterday was 28, and it's pending in other states. There was a list of them. Virginia. Okay, one of the family members does have that information.
Thank you.
Further questions? I have a couple. Is it, did I hear you say that it doesn't have to be over the State House? It can be in any of the other flagpoles that we have.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. As to how if this were to move forward and the flag were to gain recognition, that would be up to the committee as to the days and the sites and the dimensions. That's all under your power at this time.
Thank you. Dimensions are a problem. Height of the existing flagpoles that we have is part of a problem. I'm not certain how the Marine flag flies over the State House. I'm not sure if that can fly without touching the ground. Quite frankly, I'm not certain. So it's kind of, that may be something you want to look into. I'm also curious about on line 12 here. This year's version of the bill says shall be displayed daily at the New Hampshire State Veterans Cemetery in Bosquen. My understanding from last year's testimony is it is flying there.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, the Veterans Cemetery has certain protocols and policies where if there is a funeral, they allow families some discretion in terms of what they display, in terms of days that it may be actually flown officially. I'd have to check on it with the head of the Veterans Cemetery on that.
Do I understand? My understanding is we don't control the Veterans Cemetery in Bosquen. So how would we be saying shall be displayed daily?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Shall versus may, again, that goes to the jargon that we're always dealing with here. And if the committee were to say may instead of shall, that would create some leeway in terms of here at the State House for whoever is going to hoist the flag or approve certain days. For example, if this committee were to say the committee supports 5 days, of course, if this moves forward, it'd have to go to the Senate. If the committee supported 5 days and said may, then whoever makes those decisions would have the discretion of putting it up all 5 of those days or one of those days. If you limited it to 1 or 2 days, the same thing, only it would be 1 or 2 days instead of 5. Again, the committee has a whole lot of power here to amend or do whatever you do with it. And yes, I mentioned dimensions earlier, and you did as well. So I hate to see procedural questions like the dimensions of a flag or how long the flagpole is be a showstopper. If we can put a man on the moon, we can figure out how to make the flag dimensions work so that it could be displayed on official New Hampshire ground.
Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Chair will call the Honorable Janine Nodder. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you. I'm Janine Nodder, Hillsborough 12. For the record, I hold the bill's sponsor in the highest esteem. He's one of my favorite people. I also hold the Gold Star families in the highest esteem. But I do not agree with this bill. I was a freshman in 2011, 2012 when this bill first came to State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs, and the Honorable Al Baldessaro was chairman at the time. The bill's first sponsor was then Senator Lou D'Alessandro. One of the people who testified that day was the Honorable Fred Rice. Some of you might remember him. He was a Green Beret. He fought in Vietnam. And you know who shot at him? And my brother, who also served in Vietnam? The Viet Cong. And if you look at the Viet Cong flag, you'll see that it resembles the Honor and Remember flag. And that was a point of contention in the hearings way back then. And the bill keeps coming back. So I do understand it's a personal flag, and they're not thinking of Viet Cong when they look at the flag. They're thinking of their loved one. And we were never against the families having a personal flag. But as the Honorable Representative Moffett said, comparing it to the American flag, I remember Honorable Baldessaro saying, they do have a flag. They do have a flag to represent them, and it's the American flag. It's what's draped over their coffins when they come home. And that should be the only flag that represents our servicemen and women. That's it.
Thank you. Questions?
Sure.
If there are any? Are there any questions? Welcome. Thanks for coming today. Nope. Seeing none. Thank you very much. Chair will call Kevin Grappy? Grady. That's a D.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My handwriting is terrible. I probably should have been a doctor. Hope I'm not offending any doctors. But for the record, my name is Kevin Grady. I represent the State Veterans Advisory Committee. We're actually chartered by State RSA 115:A-8 to speak for veterans. And one of the things that we do is we look through all the bills that have veteran impact, and we take a position on them, and then I come and tell you what that position is. As Representative Moffett has already said, we do oppose this legislation, and for exactly the reason that Representative Moffett said. We feel like we have the American flag, and that's really all that we're about. We do applaud the work that Honor and Remember does. They do a great job with those Gold Star families, personalizing a flag at no expense to the family to try and do that. We applaud their work, but we feel strongly that we already have the symbol that we need. I don't want to take up any more of the committee's time because I know you have a lot of people that want to speak for this legislation, but that's all we have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Yes,
Sorry,
Representative.
I didn't get what organization you're from again?
I'm with the State Veterans Advisory Committee, and you can find us through the DMAV's website, or 115:A-8 is the authorizing act for State Veterans Advisory Committee.
Well, you answered my question, which is, can you run that RSA by us again?
Yes, 115:A-8, and the members of this would be members that would be familiar to you, like the American Legion, the Veterans of Foreign Wars. I represent the Air and Space Forces Association. There are 20 member organizations in all in the state.
Beyond the point of the fact that we already have the American flag for it, are there other reasons beyond that
None that have been
your
told to me, and I will try and make a clarifying point. It is my understanding that since pre-COVID, this flag has flown every single day at the State Veterans Cemetery in Boscawen. That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you very much. Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking the question. You were in the room for Representative Moffat's testimony. Did, he mentioned, I guess he was at a meeting with you or?
Yes, sir.
And he didn't speak. Did any of his testimony have a change your opinion? It doesn't sound like it.
Well, if I'm being perfectly honest, I represent the members, and whatever they decide, I have to come up here and tell you, regardless of my personal feelings on this. It's a good symbol. I see the pluses and minuses of it. On the one hand, you know, this legislation to do this is coming from out of state. It's coming from people out of state that bring the same language to the same thing and bringing this in here, you know, trying to get a national presence for this. And they've already got 28 states, according to Representative Moffat, to sign off on it. My personal opinion on this is that I could go either way, but what I have to do is I have to support our membership on this, and they're pretty adamantly opposed to it, sir.
Oh,
Thank you. Thanks for the additional question. You mentioned it was the will of your membership. Was there an actual vote, and what kind of percentage was for, which was
I
against?
didn't detect any no votes. All the votes were in favor of opposing the legislation. So if anybody actually did not support the legislation, they either didn't vote or they didn't come up when it said no.
Good morning. Just another question. Your group, does that include the American Legion chapters and the VFW chapters in the state?
Yes, ma'am, it does. And a couple of motorcycle groups, Rolling Thunder.
that would make sense. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you
Thank you,
very
Representative.
much. I'm assuming we have the husband and wife owners of the organization, or Patricia and Richard with the same last name. So who wants to go first, or do you want to go together?
Go together, all right.
It's a bigger chair than we used to have.
I can stand, no problem. That's okay.
Fine, whatever you're comfortable with. Just make sure that you can hear,
Yeah.
we can hear you in the microphone, because it does get recorded. If you could introduce yourselves, that would be great.
Sure. My name is Patricia Bilodeau. My stepson, Derek Bilodeau, died by suicide on September 1st, 2008. He had served in the U.S. Army, came home from Afghanistan and was wounded, and unfortunately had PTSD and other issues, and again took his own life in September of 2008. The Honor and Remember flag is very special to me personally. My stepson lived out in Las Vegas at the time of his death. He did not have a lot of friends. He and his family moved around a lot. My husband and his first wife were divorced when Derek was very, very young. If this is a way for us to keep Derek's memory alive and all of the other soldiers that we have lost throughout the history of the United States, I believe that this is something we need to do. I'm a proud daughter of 2 Army veterans, and I in no way think that this replaces the American flag. The American flag that's presented to families when their soldier has died is folded in a beautiful triangle. A lot of people display it in their home. You never take that flag out again. It's never a symbol for us to recognize that soldier in any way, shape, or form. There are so many people that have no idea what a Gold Star family is. You know, people see us wearing t-shirts after we've participated in a run, and they want to know how they can get that t-shirt. That's a nice t-shirt. I want one of those. No, you don't want that. You know, I speak to my colleagues at work, and they have no idea what Gold Star families are. If we can present this Honor and Remember flag and only fly it for one day in the state of New Hampshire on top of our beautiful Capitol building and educate people, I think it's more than worth it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to reiterate what Trish said, we have nothing but respect for our veterans. and we have nothing but respect for our flag. And again, this flag is to remember the people, the personal connections they have with the families, as a Gold Star family. When I was working in a career, I had many people that worked for me that were veterans from the Vietnam War. And when I was at some of these meetings before, and I brought up the issue about people had the issue with the flag looking like the Vietnam flag, or the colors were the same. And every one of those people that worked for me that were veterans couldn't understand what the issue was, because they had nothing but respect for what we were trying to do with the flag to get it into the state. Yes, other states have it, and I guess we'd like to be parts of the same as the other states, but we want it for New Hampshire. It has nothing to do with those that have served, that are still alive, which is fantastic. We have a lot of respect for them. This is for the families that have lost a member due to their service to our country. And we really believe that that's something that's very important. Like Trish said, a lot of people have no idea what a Gold Star family is. They ask, well, like Trish said, what do we have to do to become part of that? So it's not a group you really want to be part of. Questions have come up on other meetings we've been at before, and we believe we've answered the questions that have come up. If people have more questions, we'd like to know the questions so we can address them and take the fear away some people have, because I know one of the first meetings I came to, the fear was we were trying to replace the American flag. That is so off course, it's ridiculous. Again, we've got a lot of respect for the flag, a lot of respect for all of our military people who have served. Like Trish said, from a military family, I had a lot of military in my family, and a lot of respect for them. And we'd like it to be considered so that we get the whole state, for the state of New Hampshire, to understand what a Gold Star family is, and how much we miss that soldier that we lost, and how much all those soldiers need to be remembered and not forgotten. That's basically why we're here, and why we want the flag to be represented from the state of New Hampshire. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, and please accept our condolences. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Can I just make a couple other points?
Absolutely, sure.
We did have a flag presentation at the Jaffrey VFW. They were very accommodating, and we did that a few weeks ago. And also wanted to ask if testimony that was sent to you online, if that's something that's been looked at.
Yes, it's received in up until midnight tonight. So typically, and I don't speak for the rest of the committee, but typically what I do is look at it the following day.
Okay, thank you.
I have 3 additional pink cards. Representative Grody?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Jackie Groda, and I represent Rockingham 24, the towns of Rye and Greenland. And one of my constituents, Nancy Marston, is a Gold Star family mother. And I am sponsoring this bill in honor of her and her family. And when one of my constituents wants something, just like you, I try everything I can to make it happen. Because I think that we represent the people of New Hampshire. And when something like this is requested, it should be seriously evaluated. I've thought a lot about this because we testified before you last year. And the premise was that the American flag is the flag that should represent these individuals who don't come home. And I understand that, but at the same time, the flag represents all of us. The American flag represents all the people in this room, all the people in the state, all the people in this country. And the Honor and Remember flag represents those people who fought for freedom and are not home to enjoy it. So it's, to me, it's a blanket. It's an extra blanket. And we have a flag for those individuals who are missing in action. But once they're found, there isn't a flag for them. And the Honor and Remember flag encases all of those special people. So I hope that you'll approach this bill with an open heart and an open mind, and support it. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Will you take questions if there are any?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Do we have questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I apologize for being so tardy.
We are a little bit as stands now as well. The chair will call Nancy Marston. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
I said thank you, and I appreciate all of you being here and taking the time to listen to us. I am Nancy Marston, and I am a fourth generation, at least, New Hampshire native, as well as a Gold Star mom. Sorry, I'm a little nervous, so bear with me.
It's just us here. Don't worry.
For 12 years, New Hampshire citizens have requested passage of a bill to adopt the Honor and Remember flag. It occurred to me the other day that maybe we have not been clear on why this flag is so important. Gold Star families will tell you that it gives them peace, it gives them some healing to their grief to see their son or daughter's name on an Honor and Remember flag. That's true. I fly my flag every Sunday. The other 6 days, I fly the American flag. But the other part of the flag is the fact that it represents, excuse me, this flag specifically is to pay tribute to the thousands of New Hampshire men and women. It's a point of pride for New Hampshire. When citizens see the flag flying, they say, look, we have patriots who wanted to protect us, who fought for us, and who gave their lives for New Hampshire and the United States. This flag will be meaningful to everyone in New Hampshire. Do you remember there are 1,203 New Hampshire citizens who died in World War II? My Uncle Robert's name is on the memorial at Hampton Beach. This flag flies to remember him and all of your uncles and aunts. Do you remember? Do you need a reminder of the 226 New Hampshire citizens who gave their lives in Vietnam? Offhand, I have 3 classmates that I can tell you right now, Doug, Tom, and Peter, who were classmates of mine in Concord High School. This flag will remind me of them. What about the 399 New Hampshire citizens who served in the Korean conflict and did not return home? Do you think of them? And recently, the global war on terrorism has certainly touched everyone in New Hampshire, either directly or indirectly. 96 so far, men and women have gave their lives. They did not lose their lives. They gave their lives for New Hampshire and for their country. By the way, when my son went to war, when all military go to war, they wear the New Hampshire flag, the American flag, on their uniform. We in no way want to replace that. Aren't you proud of all those New Hampshire citizens? You should be proud, and I believe it is the right thing to do to show our pride and to honor all the military lives lost in all of those conflicts. And to remind every school child, every adult, everyone in our state who see this flag, that there were people who sacrificed for them, for you, and for our democracy. In closing, I want to say that every single day, Gold Star families grieve. We are the ones who know better than anyone what will help us. We know. We wish the veterans organizations officially would support the flag, but frankly, Gold Star families know what Gold Star families need better than anyone. And Gold Star families, unfortunately, seem to be the ones who are looking at reminding the rest of the country of the sacrifices that veterans themselves have made. We are only asking for 3 days a year to fly this flag: Memorial Day, Gold Star Mother's Day, and Gold Star Mothers and Families Day. 3 days a year does not sound like much to me to stop, recognize, and remember. I think, this is speaking for me, I think 12 years is long enough for Gold Star families and others who understand come before you and advocate for this bill. Thank you very much, and I will take questions.
Thank you. Please again accept our condolences. One quick question I have: the third date that you mentioned, Families Day,
Right, there
is not shown on our list. When is that?
so, shoot, can I ask?
No. Phone a friend.
gonna have to.
You can phone a
So,
friend.
New Hampshire has its own Gold Star Mother's Day, which is the Sunday after Easter. There is a National Gold Star Mothers and Families Day, which is the last Sunday in September, and then obviously Memorial Day. So those are the 3 days that the families are looking for.
Tell me again the date on the first one.
New Hampshire Gold Star Mother's Day is the Sunday after Easter. Every
Sunday
year.
after
I can
Easter.
get you the RSA for that if you need it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Further questions?
Please ask me now rather than going off and talking and having objections that we didn't even know to answer.
Representative Payer.
I'm just still confused as to why the veterans associations are opposed to this. Do you have any other?
I'm glad you asked that. There are actually veterans, several veterans, who sit on the National Honor and Remember Board. Nationally, they do sit on the board. As Trish told you, there are veterans organizations who are supportive, who have received flags, who are very much behind this. And obviously, 28 other states, veterans have been supportive.
Senator Wade.
Yeah, please accept my condolences as well. Sorry, I'm a first-time rep, so I'm missing a little bit of the context for the past 12 years that this effort has been ongoing. So I was just wondering if you had just a bit of an overview of how this started, or the reason why this has not passed, if you happen to have that perspective.
Basically, this is a movement that, as was referred to earlier, has become a national movement. A Gold Star dad founded the Honor and Remember organization and developed the flag as a way to honor his son. And then he decided to share that vision. So people in New Hampshire 12 years ago learned about this, and us in New Hampshire, Gold Star families in New Hampshire, have been given personalized flags. 3 of us here have those flags that we can't show you because they're props, but we have them, and mine has my son's name on it. But to be clear, what we're asking is not for a flag that would have any individual name on it. As I said, there's that, but then there's the representing everyone. So the flag that would fly and the flag that flies every day at the Veterans Cemetery represents everyone. There's no name on that flag. So anyway, so there's been some, as you may have heard, there's been some issues that we want to replace the American, it's things that we've addressed. It's been tough because many of the issues are so far from the reality. And as I said, Gold Star families know more than anyone what Gold Star families and what the fallen deserve. That's pretty brief, but I don't want to go into every single.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Part of that is our fault. We tend to, we've heard the bill several times, so it has a tendency, and if I recall, Representative Moffett brought in a history of it in the past. Did we not have a history of the honor and remember flag in prior years?
If I can speak, yes, we did submit all kinds of information last time around, yep.
Yeah, that probably would be great. We can get you something like that. Yep, great. No further questions. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you, respectfully.
I have one more pink card, and that would be for Jean Durgan? Nope. Jan? Jean. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Have to make an entrance, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jean.
Thank you. I won't take much of your time. You've heard my Gold Star family. They are my family. Speak. I am Jean Durgan, mother of Sergeant Russell Durgan, who was killed in action on June 13, 2006. I am also the mother of 3 other veterans. My son, Sean, who is Russell's twin, just retired from the Air Force. I have a daughter who was in the Army, and she was the only officer in the family. So, the boys had quite a difficult time because they were expected to salute her. I'm here in favor of this flag, and I hold it to my heart. And the reason it is important to me as a Gold Star mother is because it represents my son's life, not just his death. Russell was very much a character and lived up to his commitment. He made a commitment to his country, to all of you, and he kept that commitment. There were other promises that he had made. He would join, he was actually petitioning to be in the state police when he would complete his tour. I didn't know until after he passed that he made contributions every month out of his measly pay to an organization that takes care of children with cancer. I was proud of that, and I have continued to make that donation in his name. There were other things that he had planned to do So we didn't just lose a hero on the battlefield. We lost someone who was going to make contributions throughout his life. And if you talk to Gold Star families, you will hear that same theme. Their sons, their daughters had plans to continue to make improvements. The reason this flag is important to me is because it's not static. It's alive. It moves. I can take it with me. I don't in any way dishonor the American flag, and you can probably see that I wear that flag every day as well. But the reason that I would like to continue to have the Honor and Remember flag flown is because it represents the life, not only the death of my son and all our sons and daughters who have made the ultimate sacrifice. I didn't write anything out, so excuse me for not being very articulate, but if I had written, I would not have been able to read it because I tear up. And if Russell were here, he would say, don't pay any attention to that. She cries at cartoons.
You did a great job. Would you take any questions if we have any?
I would be happy to, yes.
Questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming today.
And thank you all.
I have one last pink card for Timothy Crisenton. Is that right? How'd I do?
Close enough.
Asks for 2 minutes and opposes the bill.
Yep.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my testimony. First, I want to express what I think everyone here feels is the complete support and respect for all the Gold Star families. And I think probably in exec session, any new reps will hear all the arguments from previous years, so I won't go into all of those. But just for some of the history, in 2012, I think, was the first year that this bill was introduced. And in every year, except 2024, it was introduced to the State and Federal Relations and Veterans Affairs Committee. In 2024, it went to Legitman. In 2012, this committee, or the State Fed Committee, voted 11-1 to remove the language referring to the Honor and Remember flag from the bill. And so it voted 11-1 against this idea. In 2013, the committee voted 9-1 against this essentially the same bill. The bill has never, in any significant, I would say, any significant respect changed from the original. In 2014, there were several different bills put forth. This committee, state and federal, voted 13-2. And again, this is Democratic houses and chairs and Republican houses and chairs, and a strong bipartisan majority each time. Voted 13-2 against this bill. On the Senate bill that went through the Senate, the state and federal voted 13-0 against this bill. And all of these bills, all the recommendations were adopted on a voice vote, or presumably on the consent calendar by the full House. In 2018, there was a vote 14-0 to ITL. In 2018, and in 2020, the bill was tabled and died on the table in a rather strange pandemic
We,
year.
we will be going through all of this in a written form, just if it helps you at all.
And finally, I believe that is all until last year, when it was killed 16-0 in committee. So there have been patriotic people on this committee and on the State and Federal Relations Committee for well over a decade looking at and examining this bill. And I'd hesitate before suggesting that the vast majority of them were mistaken. And again, I just want to stress my absolute respect for those who, the citizens who supported this bill and find deep meaning in this flag. And I'm glad that they do, and it's perfectly appropriate that they do. I just don't believe that the state should be supporting this private flag, and I don't believe that makes any sense to compare this flag to this flag of the United States Marine Corps. And I think that's all. I'll take questions if you have any.
Great, thank you very much. Representative Lee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I can see that there's this pattern that you're describing, and I've heard a couple of the arguments regarding veterans associations thinking that this in some fashion replaces the American flag. Is that the main argument that you would say? Is that your position as to why you oppose it?
Well, there are many. Essentially, it's asking for the state government, the people of the state of New Hampshire and the government of the state of New Hampshire to endorse what is a nonprofit but still a private flag, a private organization's flag. We don't, and to require that it be flown at government, the veteran cemetery, at government institutions. That is one thing that just seems inappropriate to me. They are able to, and the veteran cemetery voluntarily does, but it seems inappropriate to me to require or to grant a state monopoly, essentially, or a state imprimatur on a private, not for-profit organization's copyrighted symbol.
Good, thank you. Representative Sorensen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you would know this question, but do you happen to know how many different flags get flown at the State House throughout the year?
I do not. And I'm not sure how many of them, if any, besides the U.S. flag, the New Hampshire flag, and the POW/MIA flag, I'm not sure if any are mandated to be flown. Possibly the Marine Corps flag, which is, as you may know, the Marine Corps is part of the U.S. government.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your help. Seeing no more pink cards, I'll close the hearing on House Bill 142, and in just a second, reset for House Bill 157.
I'll follow you out after you, ma'am.
We're back. Time being after our scheduled time for House Bill 157, I'll open the hearing and welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Munz. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, hold on, For the record, my name is Chris Munz. I am one of the 4 state representatives from Rockingham District 29, representing the town of Hampton. I'm here to introduce HB 157, a bill establishing a study committee to examine ways to improve the usefulness of fiscal notes. Now, if you're like me, you probably shake your head and roll your eyes whenever you see a bill recommending the formation of another study committee, and you secretly hope that you will not be appointed to it. When I first began to consider this issue, establishing a study committee was not what I envisioned. But after talking with other members and our friends in the Legislative Budget Assistance Office, I do believe this is one instance when a study committee is warranted and necessary. As members of the General Court, we have a constitutional duty to consider and enact laws, and I quote from Part 2, Article 5 of our state constitution, as they may judge for the benefits and welfare of this state, end quote. To assist us with that responsibility, certain bills we consider are accompanied by a fiscal note. Again, I don't know about you, but I have found most fiscal notes to be of little use in understanding what benefits and welfare to the state those pieces of legislation to which they are affixed are likely to have. Typically, most of them only include a statement of the impact on the budget of an affected state agency. One example of why this is not enough is the replacement of the Cannon Mountain Tramway. The cost to the state to do so will be approximately $20 to $25 million. If that is all that is included in the fiscal note of the bill to fund it, some of us might be inclined to vote against it as something that the state cannot afford. Not right now with some of the other budget challenges we face. But that would neglect to take into consideration the fact that the Franconia Notch State Park, where the tramway is located, is the leading generator of revenues for the state park system. Not to mention one of the greatest tourist attractions in our state and an economic development engine for the northern part of our state. Without the tramway, state park rooms and meals and rolled toll revenues would decline, blowing a hole in our state budget. But probably even more devastating would be the fact that some local businesses would likely close, impacting employment in the region and local property tax revenues. The overall long-term negative impact of not replacing the tramway would likely dwarf the one-time cost to do so. Unfortunately, that kind of full cost-benefit analysis is not something we usually, if ever, see. When I asked LBA why, I discovered the following. RSA 1444 limits the scope of a fiscal notes to those bills and resolutions having an impact on the revenues, expenditures, or fiscal liability of the state, city, town, or county. We have limited their ability to delve into more detail. RSA 1446 Roman numeral 3 requires fiscal notes to include, quote, various calculations, but it does not include any requirement to identify and quantify the economic benefits that might accrue to the city, state, town, or county if the proposed legislation is implemented. Although RSA 1431B Roman numeral 1B assigns responsibility for preparing fiscal notes to the LBA, in most cases they rely on the affected state agencies to do the actual analysis. And while RSA 1446 Roman numeral 1 gives LBA the ability to request assistance from any source of data they deem reliable, including but not limited to private individuals, corporations, and associations located within or outside the state, they have limited resources to tap into that expertise. Another major hindrance, quite frankly, is the fact that there are almost 2,000 bills introduced during a typical 2-year legislative session. Since the current requirement in statute is that any bill with a possible fiscal impact of $10,000 or more must have a fiscal note, that means, by law, a fiscal note must be prepared for over 1/2 of those bills. That volume of work, plus the deadlines the House and the Senate set for ourselves, means that the LBA is lucky to produce anything, let alone something that provides a comprehensive cost-benefit analysis. While I had hoped to craft a bill that would establish new requirements for fiscal notes going forward, I realized that with so many moving pieces, it would be impossible for me or anyone, single individual, to do so in any meaningful way. This seemed like one instance where it made sense for a committee of legislators to get together to decide what we believe we need to help us carry out the constitutional duties assigned to us. The duties of the study committee would include at least the following: review and recommend changes to requirements in current statute for when or where a fiscal note is required, current guidelines for preparing fiscal notes developed by the LBA and distributed to the affected state agencies, and current House and Senate rules to determine if changes in the filing period for LSRs could or should be modified in order to provide more time to complete required fiscal notes. The committee would also determine whether the current requirement that a fiscal note is required if the estimated fiscal impact is $10,000 or more should be increased. And finally, the committee would evaluate whether the current staffing and budget of the LBA is sufficient to process the number of fiscal notes the office is required to provide, and also that the state agencies have the staffing and resources they need to provide the LBA with the detailed analysis and input it requires for fiscal notes it is required to complete. The committee would consist of 5 members of the House and 3 members of the Senate. To give the members ample time to investigate and discuss the options, I'm suggesting that the committee have until September 1st of 2026, next year, to complete its work. I hope you will recommend this bill as ought to pass, and to remove any fear you may have of being appointed to committee. I will gladly agree to serve on it. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
I was going to suggest, I think you just named yourself to that committee, but that's, any questions for the Representative Wade?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming to testify. So, I guess my question is, you sort of addressed it in that last portion of your testimony, but to reiterate, given that OLS is already pretty overwhelmed, the LBA, my bad, is already struggling to provide detailed fiscal notes. And I do agree that it would be very beneficial to have that additional revenue information. And yeah, I guess you're proposing that the committee itself would see if we can increase staffing and other things. I would imagine there are some things that can be done without additional staff. I'm just wondering if this itself needs a fiscal note.
Yeah, no, what I tried to do was give the study committee the broadest possible range of options that they could look at. And one of the things I said is that the duties of the committee will include at least the following. So I think it's important that the committee have the ability to look at everything. Mm-hmm. I think, in essence, I think what needs to happen is that we as legislators need to decide what is it that we feel that we need in order to do our job. And then we need to figure out what resources are required to do that. Right now, we've got a standard, I think, that suggests that, fiscal notes must be delivered on 1,000 bills, but we haven't given the people that are supposed to do that for us the resources and, quite frankly, the time to be able to do it. So something's got to give somewhere.
Thank you.
Representative Wall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for coming in today and informing us about all this. And I share your frustrations. Having been here for a while, I do know that, for example, when I was on the Judiciary Committee, we had a very difficult time ever getting fiscal notes. But they were coming through the court system, and that was a real problem. I wonder, have you talked with people in the LBA to find out what their real needs are and how they might have a sense of direction?
I did. That's where I started, quite frankly. And as I mentioned in my testimony, I started with grand visions of, well, this is what we need to do. We need to, and I, went to the LBA. You need to be doing this, 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 and this. And that's when I got an education, and they enlightened me in some of the challenges that they face. They helped me in drafting the bill. I mean, I know that they can't take a position on the bill, but they did help me to make sure that I wasn't saying something that would be, completely outlandish. But no, I did consult with them.
Follow up.
Thank you very much. Yes, quick follow-up. We do have a problem getting senators to attend these study committees. Have you considered that?
That's why I only picked 3.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's ambitious. I have one question, and then we'll let you go. Is it your belief that none of the benefit side of the equation comes through in testimony from the prime sponsor when they introduce a bill?
I think when we hear testimony, we usually get a lot of what I would call, qualitative, anecdotal benefits. We rarely get the real quantitative side of things and unfortunately what happens is in the fiscal note tends to always talk about the cost. In very specific terms. But we rarely get in the fiscal note the offsetting financial benefit. I think without that information, there is a tendency to look at everything as a cost instead of an investment that we're making. So yeah, that's missing. I think it's that quantitative side of things that's missing. And then the other thing also, not to impugn the motives of people testifying, but the value of having somebody like the LBA do it is that hopefully it's objective and not subjective.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thanks very much for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Chair will call our clerk of the House, Paul Smith. Obviously not taking a position, but for informational purposes only, I assume.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Paul Smith, Clerk of the House. Let me just start by saying that I certainly don't dispute anything that the prime sponsor discussed with you. However, there's some issues that I think that if you are going to consider this passage of legislation, I think this needs some work. This needs some amending, and I'll be specific as to why. First off, in the construction of the statute, this, by the way, is a statutory committee bill, versus a commission or that's thing. So this is a chaptered study committee. Now, in the drafting of this, I note that coincidentally, this is drafted in a way that is very it's very different and outside the norm, meaning that one member appointed by the chair, that 2 members are appointed by the chair of standing committees. That doesn't happen. We don't do that. When it's time for studies, the Speaker of the House historically appoints. Now, in terms of regarding party membership, that has always been a practice of the House. So, just in the construct of this language, I'm concerned about the chairs of these committees having that appointing authority, because that is not normal operating procedure for our body. That being said, because this is a study and because this impacts the LBA so significantly, I would recommend that the legislative budget assistant be assigned to this committee. To mandate without actual expertise from that office being a part of that discussion at the table, I think is not quite the product that you might be looking for. I want to address a couple of things, and my friend from Hampton is a member of the Commerce Committee, and I bring that up because last year the Commerce Committee engaged in a cost-benefit analysis regarding ambulance services with the Department of Insurance. Now, the problem with a cost-benefit analysis is you have to engage an outside resource to do that, and it took them 8 months to do that. So in order to have a fiscal note that reflects a cost-benefit analysis, we're talking extremely prohibitive times on getting that information for a fiscal note. So that's something to consider in the construct of how a fiscal note is developed. And having had to write fiscal notes in the past, I will tell you exactly what the process is. We receive a worksheet from the legislative budget assistant. We ask specifically the amount of money that we are needing to spend for that program or printing or whatever the case may be. And then in terms of the agencies, what their projected revenue from that might be. So fiscal notes do contain, beyond what an expenditure might be, what the projected revenue from an increase in taxes is. And I would guide you to look at any of the bills and Ways and Means that are looking to increase taxes and what the projected revenue would be from that. So you do get those projections there. The other thing that I'm the most concerned about is the timing in terms of changing deadlines. In the second year of the session, our filing period is in September. So there is plenty of time for agencies to get their work, done and sent back to the legislature. The first year is always the problematic year. But there are some external and internal factors that we are constrained by. The Constitution of the state of New Hampshire says that we're done June 30, full stop. So every year, the Senate clerk and I work with our rules committees and we build calendars backwards from that. And we are stuck with a certain amount of weeks because you have to get bills over to the other body and vice versa. And we are constrained by those constitutional deadlines. In the going into the second year, the end of the biennium, so filing for the first year of the next biennium, we give our existing members who are running for re-election an opportunity to file legislation before the election. And pursuant to statute and rule, we give our incoming members an additional time after the election to file legislation as well. But yes, there is a deadline. But we are constrained by those weeks and months built out that are in the Constitution. So it's important to keep that in consideration when you're talking about making recommendations to rules and deadlines from a study committee. That sure, that sounds great on paper, but the reality is we do have we do have sort of hard deadlines that we have to. And if you look back at every biennium since we have gone to annual sessions in 1984, you'll see that our deadlines, and Representative Wall, who's been here most of that time, will tell you that the deadlines are generally about the same, give or take a week or two, every single biennium. Now, if you want to amend the Constitution and go to a full-time legislature like some states, I have no problem with that, and we could most likely get some of those CBAs on these fiscal notes. But I only bring these things up in terms of your consideration as to how you look at the construct of this committee and what their charges might be.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Wade.
So I understand that doing that more detailed fiscal analysis on 1,000 bills is obviously not necessarily practical. However, there might be some bills that have a very large financial impact that might benefit from a more detailed fiscal note. Do you think that this could be structured in a way where a much smaller number of bills would get that more detailed treatment, or is it more just it would take months even for a single bill to get that detailed analysis?
I bring up the ambulance issue that was in Commerce last year because that was a one-off item, and that CBA it took them 8 months to get it done because they had to contract out to get that analysis done. That's why I brought up that particular issue. So that is a one-off issue, and it was a substantive, analysis. But I will say that we do have many fiscal notes that are developed now that are multiple pages that do have a detailed analysis. And sometimes, as you may or may not know, every bit of and this is another interesting thing for your consideration as well, but agencies get the drafts of the bill when OLS sends it to them. If a member requests a completely new redraft during the redraft time, the Department of Environmental Services might have submitted a 10-page fiscal note, but the bill has been substantively changed now in the LSR stage, and they might have to do a complete new one. So that is a realistic hindrance to them potentially trying to knock things off at a more speedy rate, so to speak. But to your specific, I do think we have the capability now. The state agencies, LBA does a fantastic job in partnering with our state agencies and getting these done quickly and effectively. There does come a time in a little bit of behind the scenes work here, but there does come a time every year when it's usually in the first year, because again that's really when we have a more truncated time between the filing and getting all the fiscal notes, where we might be waiting and we send a bill to print with what we call a generic fiscal note, which has the agency is still working on this note, and we'll send it to the clerk's office, et cetera, et cetera. And those do trickle in when they come. And of course, the other aspect of this, and we changed our policy within, well, it's been a while now, but since I've been clerk, where anytime we amend a bill, the LBA instantly sends us a new fiscal note that says this amendment will affect this in the following way, but they won't actually draft a new fiscal note until an amendment is adopted by the body, because that is the position of the body. So they are working in concert with us in the clerk's office, in OLS, et cetera, to get information as quickly and timely as possible for you. Sorry for the long answer.
Senator
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, it's going to be different every year, but do you happen to know the percentage of bills that require a fiscal note?
I was a little surprised when I saw 1,000 needing a fiscal note a year. I'm not quite sure it's that high. But again, anything, and a lot of times you'll see fiscal notes that say this has been judged by LBA to cost less than $10,000 a year. Now, in that instance, they still have to draft it. So it still takes time for them to analyze it from OLS, and they submit that note back and attach it. That means, though, that the fiscal note stays with the bill. So anytime you see a bill like HB 157, it has that FN, that's going to exist through the life of the bill. But that doesn't mean there's actually a real expense to it. So, and a lot of times as well, you all might make a policy decision to continue a program and amend out the actual funding of it and change it to a dollar appropriation. Even though that doesn't really cost anything in the grand scheme of things, it's still a fiscal note that. So some of those are easier to generate and more and quicker to generate than some of the more detailed things. But again, in some of those more detailed things and those specific ones for taxes and revenues and fees, those, again, our fantastic LBA staff does partner with, revenue administration, et cetera, and those affected agencies to get those hard numbers. And really, they do try to project what those revenues will bring in. Again, I mentioned Ways and Means. There have been several bills offered this spring so far winter. It's still winter. That really do have a lot of those revenue projections out. So,
Being no further questions, thank you very much. Chair will call Natch Graves from BIA in support of the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nate Graves for the Business Industry Association. We are the statewide chamber of commerce. We do support this legislation, and that may seem unusual to some of you. But we have over 400 members, employing over 100,000 people across the state of New Hampshire and representing about $5 billion in annual revenues. And one of the things that caught our attention was the study committee's charge to look at the broader economic impacts of the possibility of including the broader economic impacts in fiscal notes. That's something we'd be very interested in. As you might imagine, our members would very much like to know where the economy is headed. And that's something we are very interested in as well. And policy determines that to a large extent. So to the extent it is possible to include that, if you go forward with a study committee, we would be more than happy to come to that study committee. I'm more than happy to help with that. But that's our specific interest in this legislation.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I have no additional up. Yep. If you'd like to follow up, Representative, sure.
Couple quick follows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly don't want to take issue with anything that the clerk said at all.
That's smart.
And yeah, I know. But I do think that some of the issues he raised is exactly why that I think there needs to be a discussion of what we want going forward. So that would be the only point that I would make. And then the other thing is with regard to how the members of the committee would be appointed. My only intention there was to ensure that there was some bipartisan representation on the study committee, and if there's other ways to do that and not have committee chairman appoint them, that's fine. And then the other thing was try to have representation from committees that are maybe a little bit more involved with the financial side of things. So that was where that's coming from, and I certainly wouldn't have any objection to changing that.
Great.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure no one else in the room would like to chime in on any of this. Nope. Great. Then I will close the hearing on 157. In just a minute, we'll start 331. Okay, we're back. Welcome to the prime sponsor for e-classes. House Bill 331. I think this is actually a reunion, is it not?
It is, and it's nice to be back. Thank you so much. And I am also, in the distant past, sat in that chair, so it's lovely to be here. Oh, I thought you meant it was this bill, which is also
Well,
a
that's
reunion.
true too. Yeah, no,
And-
I was talking about a reunion to legislative administration.
Thank you. My name is Lucy Weber. I am representative for Cheshire County 5, which is the Connecticut River town of Walpole and its adjacent town of Surrey. This bill has been before the committee before. It's a relatively simple transparency measure. It arose when I had a bill that was very much time sensitive that had to be passed and in effect by July 1st because of the start of a fiscal year for commercial appraisers, because it was the concern was that without the bill, they might lose their federal certification and not be able to certify loan transactions. So in any case, as June progressed and the bill did not come out of, once the bills are passed, there's the enrolling process. And the enrolling process is led by the Secretary of State's office, which gets the bills to the Speaker of the House for signature and then the Senate President for signature. The House has deadlines, as you heard in the last bill. The governor has deadlines once things hit the governor's desk. There are no deadlines in between those things. And quite a lot of that is because things need to be fluid. There are things like the enrolling process and the things that the OLS has to do with a bill. So I want to make it very clear that this bill does nothing to change any of that. The process is still the process. All I'm asking is that the Secretary of State have either on their website or a link, which might make it easier, not have to revise their whole website, to a public-facing listing of where the bills are in the process. So if they're at OLS, if they're with the House Speaker, if they're with the Senate President. We ultimately located the bill that everybody in the Senate President's office said they didn't have under a pile of other things on a chair. But I had to go and get somebody from the Secretary of State's office to come up and show them when it had been delivered. And then the stuff needed to move it along. So my hope is that we can go ahead with that. Now, I want to apologize in advance. I had fully intended to talk to the Secretary of State about this before this time, but as I just explained to him, had a couple of fairly serious personal challenges over the last couple of months, which only really resolved over the last 2 weeks or so. So I haven't had a lot of extra time, but I will be talking to him. The other thing is that I just as a matter of history, I initially thought, oh, well, this is easy. It just goes on in the docket that we keep anyway, which is how you know exactly where it is when something's in the possession of the House or in the possession of the Senate being dealt with legislatively. But I did have a conversation with the House clerk, and his concern is that because it's not in the possession of the House anymore, he can't do the docketing necessary because they don't have control of the information. So that's why it's not done that way. And my recollection was this was passed by the House on the consent calendar last time around. I'm hoping that that will happen again. And I promise that I will go and have many more conversations with senators as well in the interim if we're successful. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my question is, this specifies the Secretary of State shall publish it. Is there a reason it wouldn't be on GenCourt instead, given that that already has that tracking system?
That's exactly what I was talking about when I said that I had spoken to the House clerk, and he's here to testify, so he'll talk more about it. But our docketing system is run, in my understanding, by the clerks of the House and the Senate. And at the time that I'm talking about, the bills are no longer in the possession of the House or in the possession of the Senate. They are being tracked by the Secretary of State's office. And yes, they may be sitting on a desk in one or the other bodies, but they're not, strictly speaking, in the possession of the body. They're under the purview of the Secretary of State, who is keeping track in their office of where all of the bills are. But the only way you can find out where a bill is by either calling, emailing, or going to that office and saying, where's my bill? And I know that for the clerks of the House and the Senate, they get a significant amount of calls and spend a significant amount of time just answering the question as to where the bills are. And the answer for them is, we don't know because they're not in our possession at the moment.
Follow up.
So to understand, the Secretary of State's website and the GenCourt website sort of have their own jurisdiction. So the Secretary of State wouldn't, even if they have that information, wouldn't have the ability to publish that on GenCourt?
That's right.
Okay.
That's exactly correct.
Thank you.
But they would have the ability, subject to, I'm sure, what you will hear from the Secretary of State, to do it on their website, which tracks an enormous amount of other information. And the reason for my language, which said on their website or on a public website, linked to the public website, is the Secretary of State's office carries an awful lot of very, very sensitive information, and I can't even imagine the intricacies of dealing with their website. What I'm talking about is basically an Excel spreadsheet available to the public. So it's the sort of thing where if it's easier for them to do a link to something else, rather than having to have a consultant come in and redesign an important and very carefully designed website, however it's easiest and most efficiently done is fine with me. I'm just trying to find a way for the public and for all of us to be able to find the information easily and quickly and without bothering two sets of offices, when surely looking it up on the internet would be easier.
Seeing no further questions, thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for your attention.
Let's see what the Secretary of State has to say about the subject. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Scanlon, Secretary of State, and I'm not taking a position on the bill, but I would like to provide some information about the process. And I'll start with the Secretary of State is a unique constitutional office in that besides us in this Treasury, my office has one foot in the executive branch of government and the other foot is in the legislative branch. And part of that responsibility is when bills reach the point of transferring from the legislature to the governor's office for the action by the executive. And so we have this process where once a bill receives final action by the legislature, it goes through the enrolled bills process. Once that process is complete, the bill comes to the Secretary of State's office, and we wait until the House member and the Senate member, or a House member or Senate member of the Enrolled Bills Committee comes and they sign off on that piece of legislation. Once that occurs, we deliver the bill to the Speaker of the House, and the Speaker can take as much time as the Speaker wants to sign off on the bill, and then it comes back to the Secretary of State's office, and then we deliver it to the Senate President, and the same thing occurs there. Now, we can tell where the bill is on the records that we keep And anybody that calls the office or visits the office and they want to know where House Bill XYZ is, we can say it's either on the Speaker's desk or it's on the Senate President's desk, or we have sent it to the governor. We could keep track of that information on a spreadsheet, but up until this point, the legislature has said, no, we want to keep the process the way that it is. There may be reasons why the leadership in the House or the Senate wants to hang on to a bill at the tail end of the session, because we all know this is a political process. And there are many parts of the process where there are things that happen behind the scenes that are not transparent. You may have lobbyists that come and talk to you individually, about a specific bill, and that conversation is offline, but they're trying to persuade you on how you should act on a piece of legislation. Both parties have caucuses, both in committee and before the legislature, and those conversations about how a bill might be handled are not public. It's in-house. And so this process of the enrolled bills and how we keep track of it is simply a part of that legislative process. And from my perspective, it's up to the legislature to decide how the legislature wants to keep track of those bills, but there may be reasons why you don't want to have it on a spreadsheet in the open public, for everybody to see instantly. There may be reasons why that information is not as readily available as it could be. And with that, I'll try and answer questions.
Representative Richards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you. My question is logistical, and also I might go into a little hyperbole as you answer the logistics.
Just try the logistics
The
first.
logistical,
Yeah.
but so in the instance that was brought up where it was on the chair and you spoke that your office does keep track of where those bills are through the process of moving at those enrolled bills. How would that individual know? Is it only memory? I know I walked it down the hall. Or do they have a tracking mechanism that is currently maintained by someone in your office?
We have a tracking mechanism that is currently maintained.
So in that instance, this is where the
Follow-up?
hyperbole comes in. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's what I
Thank you. This is the hyperbole part. The pipe bursts in the office and goes all over that chair. So now that tracking mechanism, as if an archivist or something would be able to say where that bill got destroyed in some mechanism. So we know that can be maintained.
What we can tell you is from the records that we keep, who has possession of that piece of legislation.
Can I ask one more follow-up?
Follow-up.
Is that in a spreadsheet?
It is not maintained electronically.
It is not maintained electronically.
Right.
Okay, so there's no ability to back up. Thank you. Got it.
Representative Wade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is there a reason this process is like paper in the first place, and why wouldn't you just have a digital system to send this so you avoid issues of it literally getting lost in a stack of paper or a pipe bursting or anything like that? Is there a reason this couldn't be digitized?
It could be digitized. We maintain a process of just keeping the records on paper. It has worked for generations, and that's the process. I will add that my office does not hold bills for an extended period of time. We do not get involved in, timing of stuff. I mean, there may be a day or two before it goes down to the governor for, signature or veto. Governor is 5 days once the governor receives it. But in terms of withholding a bill or delaying it going to the House or the Senate. We do not do that. We move the legislation along.
Follow up. Just in your personal opinion, do you think that this process would be better if it was digitized?
The process, as it is working now, has worked over time. There have been no issues with it. It could be digitized, and that may or may not be better, but the system that we're using now does work.
I have a question. Can you explain the purpose? You've explained the process of the Enrolled Bills Committee. Can you explain for our lesser veterans the purpose of the Enrolled Bills process?
The purpose of the enrolled bill process is to make sure that the legislation that has passed has been properly passed. In other words, once the bill passes both bodies, it goes through a process where people in legislative services is going through looking for spelling errors, punctuation errors, maybe statutory reference errors, just to make sure that the language is as it was intended. They are not supposed to make any significant textual changes that might change the meaning of the bill. It's simply routine proofreading, basically. And then the Secretary of State's office, being an independent go-between between the legislative offices and the governor, handle that part of the process, making sure that each presiding officer in both bodies signs off on the bill.
Thank you. See what I did? Representative Payer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you would know this.
Let's try.
Okay, so I know this bill was in our committee last year and we passed it 16-0. Then it went to the Senate and it was killed there. Do you know why they killed it there?
I can speculate, but I don't know why.
Oh, maybe Ms. Rep. Weber knows later. We can ask her again.
Nope.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Sorensen, did you have a question? Nope. I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last pink card I have is for our House of the Clerk of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, old habits. So a couple of quick points that I want to echo the sentiments of Representative Weber, and again thank her for doing this. And I will say that yes, this will increase transparency in the legislative process. Full stop. The fact remains that I am in receipt of documents from the Secretary of State's office when a bill is chaptered. That is done via a spreadsheet that is a continual rolling document. And it also contains the information on what day it was delivered to the governor and what day it was returned from the governor. So my opinion, and this is just my opinion, but adding an additional column of when it was sent to the speaker and when it was sent to the Senate president, I don't think would be too terribly much of a lift. There are documents that I am responsible personally for posting on our website that are rolling documents. If you go onto our general court page and you look at the resignation, deaths, and special election page, all I do is update that with the newest version as it goes. So I certainly think that this is a fairly easy process that can be done. After the bill is enrolled, it really does sort of enter this black hole. And I'm going to give you an example. In 2019, Senate Bill 67 was enrolled on June 12th, and it wasn't vetoed by the governor until August 16th. So for 2.5 months, it was sitting in the Senate President's office. Now, during the course of that 2.5 months, I received calls weekly asking where that bill was, weekly. Now, I don't mind dealing with the public. That's part of my job. I love talking to the public. But the fact remains that a simple thing of just putting on the Secretary of State's website this document that says it's in the Senate President's office, That way, if a concerned constituent wants to call and ask the Senate President, hey, why are you doing this? That's fine. Yes, there are some political considerations that they might be holding the bill for a bill signing ceremony, this happens all the time. And the Senate, it's usually held in the Senate President's office because they're closer to the end of the process than the House is, because the House Speaker signs it and then it goes back to SOS and then up to the Senate President. So the Senate President's office is usually the one where it holds for a while. So in that case, there could be reasons, and again, those are known only to the Senate President and God, not me. I would mention again, yes, this bill did pass unanimously in the House last term. In fact, I testified in the Senate last term, and the new Senate President now indicated at the time how much she supported the idea of this bill, and there was a change of heart apparently. So hopefully we will change the heart back this year. I think that would be a good thing. And again, in terms, just to answer specific questions that came up, there are logbooks in each of the offices. When I say logbooks, I'm very specific when I mention that each office in the legislative process has a logbook. I have a logbook. So when a bill is brought, when I bring a bill to the Senate that has passed the House, they sign my book. When they bring a Senate bill to the House, I sign their book. When I bring a bill down for enrolling to the secretary, to OLS, they sign my book. When we are in the committee of conference process and I brought a bill down there, I have to sign for the bill back. So similarly, when a bill is brought to the Secretary of State's office from the Speaker and vice versa, the Speaker's office and the Secretary of State are all signing books. So there is a tracking mechanism. Currently, it is a hard copy. It is a handwritten thing. But yes, that is the process. In terms of keeping that electronically, we do keep the electronic system as it is now because there is as I said, there is a spreadsheet that is prepared and it contains what the chapter number of the bill once it's signed becomes, what the effective dates are, what day it was delivered to the governor, and vice versa. So that is a part of the process. Now, the secretary mentioned the process involving the SOS. That is a relatively new process in the grand scheme of government. It started in the 70s that the Secretary of State's office became involved in the enrolling process. The 200 years prior to that, the clerks of the respective bodies went directly to transmitting the bill to the governor and vice versa. The Constitution very specifically says when a veto happens, the bill goes directly to the House from which it came. And there has been a delay. And in fact, there was a delay under the previous Secretary of State, not this one. There was a delay in returning the bill that from the governor to our chamber, where I sent a letter asking specifically, should we consider this enrolled as law now because I had not received the veto message. So again, those are part of a grander discussion if you'd like to have one. But again, I think this is a relatively minor piece for the sake of our constituents and transparency that would be a benefit.
I have one question before Representative Richards. Why do they call your office and not the Secretary's office?
Because they don't know that the Secretary of State's involved in that process. Because most people don't understand that the Secretary of State, who generally has a public-facing appearance of being involved in elections and businesses and that sort of stuff, they don't know generally that they're involved in this part of the legislative process.
Thank you. Representative Richards.
Thank you. And thank you for taking the time for clarification for the process that you described with the logistics of signing those books.
Mm-hmm.
The bill that is being sponsored does not recommend a change to that historical process.
No.
Of signing that actual book.
Correct.
It is just, and did I hear your
Good catch.
is did I hear the clarification that this is a added would you describe it as an added digitization of that historical signing of the book process?
I wouldn't, because again, the document that tracks the chapter which the bill becomes, it tracks when it goes to the governor and when it's returned to the governor. So it is a spreadsheet, and by adding simply a couple of columns saying to the speaker, to the Senate president, with those dates listed on the public facing website, that's my.
I think that's what I was trying to say, that's digitized, but in essence, that's digitizing you signing the books. If you
No,
were to add
it's
that.
not, and I want to, just because the secretary brought this up in a previous question, statute requires that everything has to be signed. So all of the bills themselves, if you all don't usually see these, okay, but when here's your bill. Your bill is put in a during the process, the legislative process. They're put in orange jackets in the first year and in yellow in the second. Okay, and we docket all of the information that happens to the life of the bill during the process. When we complete the process and we send the bill down to the Office of Legislative Services for enrolling, Secretary Scanlon mentioned the enrolling process. Now, if there's an amendment that needs to be made that he was talking about earlier, like a correction to RSA grammar fix or that sort of thing, that is when we will adopt in a small session of the House an enrolled bill amendment. And that enrolled bill amendment will be made, and then the Office of Legislative Services will take the final version of the bill and put it in a red jacket with a cover sheet and send that to the Secretary of State. And that cover sheet has lines for signatures. And those signatures are, there has to be somebody from the House Enrolled Bills Committee, the Senate Enrolled Bills Committee, the Speaker of the House, and then the Senate President, and then the last line is for the governor. And so that's the actual physical document that is required by law. If you all want to change that, that's another topic. I wouldn't recommend it because we need something, but again, that's the sort of the process.
For policy wonks, this is the perfect committee to be in.
This
This
is
is no one
great,
else in
the
this
best committee
building
to be
knows
in.
how
This
this
is-
stuff
this is the
works,
favorite.
except now you do. Personal opinion. It's maybe why this is the clerk's favorite committee. Any other questions? Further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Having no other pink cards, I'll close the hearing on 331. And as soon as we're up and ready, we can jump into 477. Welcome, Representative Tulerski. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Welcome to Legislative Administration. I hear you're here to introduce House Bill 477.
Yes. Thank you. I didn't realize you guys ran by Senate scheduling time over here in Ledge Admin.
Ouch. Actually, for my purposes, I value the committee's time. So rather than have that gap waiting while we're waiting for the time to
It's wonderful
click
for
on.
the committee.
It is. It's very difficult,
I know.
It's very difficult to know how many people are going to walk through the door to testify. But I apologize for
No, I am
for the
happy to be
delay.
here. I'm happy to be here. Thank you so very much. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, again, and thank you, members of the committee. I'm Laura Tversky, State Representative from Hillsborough 11, which is Nashua's Ward 8. I'm here to present for your consideration House Bill 477. This bipartisan bill establishes a commission to study safety and security procedures here in the State House complex. I started thinking about this in very general terms back in 2023. On November 17th, I was returning to Concord from a meeting, and I was sitting at a red light when a police car flew by, then another and another. And within minutes, it was clear that something horrible had happened. At the time, I thought, well, they're driving in the opposite direction of the State House, which at the time was a relief to me. But it was about 20 minutes later when I learned that there had been a tragic shooting at New Hampshire Hospital. This bill is an opportunity to get ahead of a potential tragedy as a way to have an ongoing conversation on safety and security. As we all know, these buildings are open and filled on a daily basis with staff, legislators, and members of the public. And everyone who enters this space should know that they are entering a safe space. In July of 2021, the Council of State Governments published an insightful article titled "The State of State Capitol Security," which provides a comprehensive look at the vulnerabilities and evolving challenges facing legislative buildings across the country. The article emphasizes that many state capitol structures were designed long before the modern security challenges we face today. And as such, they often lack the robust safety features necessary to protect lawmakers, staff, and the public. The bill before you proposes a commission with 11 members from a variety of safety and security backgrounds, and I did receive some feedback on tweaking the membership, if the committee wishes to do so, to also include the Concord Police Chief or his designee. The commission would be charged with studying the feasibility of implementing safety procedures, including things like the use of identification badges, visitor sign-in and screening, and safety training, evaluating the existing physical security systems, identifying critical gaps in emergency response protocols and access control, recommending modern, adaptable solutions that reflect both current and future security needs, learning from best practices observed in other states and sectors to build a resilient and proactive security framework. An interim report would be delivered by November 1st of 2025 with a subsequent report the following year. By establishing this commission, it is my hope that our state, with legislative oversight, can take a measured, evidence-based approach to upgrading our State House security measures, ensuring that our legislative buildings not only protect those within, but also reinforce public confidence in the safety of our democratic processes. While this work is taking place in other forms, it is my view that creating this commission does fill a gap. And I thank you for your consideration.
Are there questions? I have one. Are you aware of any internal processes that are perhaps doing what your bill entails?
Yeah. Yes. I did have a conversation with Chris Vetter. We've discussed, had a very robust conversation about it. And while he obviously is not supporting or opposing the bill, he did say any conversation on safety and security is a good conversation. And I do know that after the shooting, the governor did request an assessment of all state buildings for safety and security. The status of the legislative complex, that assessment has not yet happened. The timeline is somewhat extended as far as I understand. And I just feel that there is an opportunity to have multiple conversations on it.
Thank you. I also sit as the chair of the School Building Authority, and that puts me on the committee called Public School Infrastructure, where we typically are reviewing with Homeland Security all of the schools within our borders. 99.9% of that is in closed session for obvious reasons, I think. You can see perhaps some of the concern that some of us have with doing a bill of this type and a commission of the size that this one may be. Is that something that enters into this.
I
conversation.
understand the concerns about showing all of our cards to everything, but when we talk about digging into what other states do for their security buildings and what is already out there in public knowledge, I think that there's a lot to learn. If you look at this article that I was referencing, the state of state capitol security, I mean, there's a lot of data out there that I think is valuable to look into. Which buildings utilize, visitor sign-in, which buildings utilize metal detectors, which buildings require identification as you enter the building. I think that there's a lot to learn, that we're not letting anything out there to the public in terms of our security systems that we have established. And I do think that there is an opportunity to learn more and learn from other states in their pursuit of making sure that their complexes are safe.
So it's not so much what we're doing, it's what we're not doing?
No, I think that, and I said this to Mr. Vetter, that I believe that the security team here is great. I feel that they are moving forward with even changes in the last few years that are positive. But I feel it's an ongoing conversation. And I do feel that there are maybe some other members that have had concerns, that there's always something to discuss. So, for example, when knocking around different ideas, just today when I was walking across the street from the LOB into the State House, a gentleman approached the back door as I pulled out my pass. He tried the door and I knew exactly what was going to happen. I didn't say anything. And I said, "Oh, you're going to have to go around." And he said, "Well, can't I just go in with yours?" And knowing I was coming into this, I said, "No, I would prefer you wouldn't." They monitor the security on this door, right? So right there, maybe that is a training situation. I would love to see more training opportunities with legislators and with staff in the building, that has nothing to do with putting things out there, but simply making us better stewards of the safety of our workspace. Another thing is packages and bags. How many times have we all walked into the Hall of Flags and we see piles of backpacks and coats and everything? That's just what we are. We welcome, communities to come in and tour our building. But is there a process for that in case there is a bag that is left unattended? I'm trying to think what other ones. I already mentioned the 3 that I jotted down. And then the only other one was that most recent incident that happened down in New Orleans with a vehicle and building barriers and, just what's the situation with our system? Do we have we taken the best practices in terms of securing our building and keeping it safe? And are there other things we can learn? That's
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Further questions? Representative Fayer?
Could you send those documents and what you wrote to all of us if you haven't already? Did you already send
My
it?
remarks?
Yeah.
Oh, I'd be happy to. And there's a link to the article that I referenced also.
Okay.
Thank you.
Representative Wade?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on the note of concern of if we were to undergo this review and then that would kind of expose what the security flaws are, do these meetings have to be public record? Okay, gotcha. Just to understand, I know you mentioned that there were closed door meetings in a different committee that you were a part of, but that's not an option here?
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes. No.
Sorry, 2 hours. This is also a procedural question. Is there a ability when the session is making rules to look at some of the very important things that you brought up in processes each session under rules? Sorry.
I defer to the clerk.
The clerk has not put in a pink card, but
Okay.
maybe
I would-
enticed to comment. I also should let you know that I've had conversations with our COO, Terry Paff, and Chris Vetter, and both of them are in other circumstances and can't testify today. But we will talk to them right before we exec the bill. So
That's good.
if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I come from a time, this is for the committee, when this was always called the People's House of Business, and security was light, very, very light. And I appreciate your bringing this bill forward today. I feel great confidence that our security teams are working together. Chris Vedder, I understand, is recently over from the state police, and they're constantly working on things. And I learned last week we have more cameras than ever before in places we're not even aware of. Constantly watching, and yeah, you're being watched. And so I appreciate this. This is important. No matter how much security we have, it'll never be enough. There'll always be some way, but I think it's important that we have an understanding. So thank you for bringing the bill forward.
Thank you. Could I just comment one quick thing?
Absolutely.
I do want to say that I made it very clear with Mr. Vedder that this bill has nothing to do it's not a statement against his work, the work of our hardworking security team here. I have full respect for them, and I'm actually just trying to help them in their job. And he and I had a wonderful conversation about the whole thing and the intent of the bill. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much for your help and your testimony. The chair will call Representative Gregg. No relation.
No, this is another representative. Thank you. For the record, my name is Alicia Gregg. I represent Nashua Ward 7. Just so happens that my colleague is also from Nashua. I thank her for bringing this bill before you all today. So your committee room seems pretty calm right now, but the committee I serve on is Children and Family Law. It is not usually that calm. Just as, in police situations where some of the most dangerous calls they go on are domestic relations, we have very high emotion, high risk type of cases that come before us, people that have, trying to hold on to their families, and whether or not they have made good decisions with how they bring up their family or not, the desire to hold on to one's family, I'm not sure there's anything more. As a matter of fact, I sat in this particular committee room also on the special committee on DCYF. I also served on the special committee of family courts. We had particular security concerns in all three of those. One particular individual was known throughout the state as being a security risk, from the mayor down in Manchester to the governor's office here. He was not able to go into the governor's office anymore, including the domestic violence coalition across the street. They even had to change how they do security because of this gentleman. He continued to come into our committee rooms, sometimes had multiple bags, would get very elevated, sent a message to another representative that he understood why the shooting that happened in Maine happened because the legislature was not doing right by that gentleman. And so that's why that shooting happened, which we call a veiled threat. We had a security meeting with Mr. Pfaff and some other security members at that time about, what our concerns were, because they had said that they would be in the room when he was there. They would be there one time. They actually said that they had facial recognition on the cameras here, which would be amazing. But he was, and I think that's okay, but he was in the building and in our room for 10 minutes before I finally was able to leave and go get security, and they were shocked that he was there again. We have had people come into our committee room with giant knives on their belt, and, in very heated discussions, and that kind of stuff continues to happen. And while I think that sometimes we want to keep our security measures quiet, and I understand that, there are a lot of people that are deterred by having, an armed police officer in the room, when you understand. And we actually said that. So I was in, this security meeting explaining to them that this is a real deterrent, because what's interesting is in these personality traits of someone who maybe is an abuser in the home or whatever, they have this really interesting tick where they have a certain level of fear of maybe going to jail. for whatever reason that is, the hierarchy in jail, who knows, but they have that, and just having an armed officer in the room makes a huge difference. It's a huge deterrent. On that same token, when you look at where we are when we are in session and we have an open space above us, that certainly isn't safe for any of us the way that it's currently done. As a matter of fact, when this gentleman was continuing to come and continuing to elevate, I said, what kind of security do we have up there? And they said, well, somebody's outside the door. Well, so what happens if somebody's already in that room and it starts? We have to have better watching. So they did start for the next couple of times. They had somebody that was, security in the gallery up there. But I think there are some certain misses, because even though we had this very long security meeting, we had guarantees that when an individual was in the building, they would make sure they had somebody there. One time the security was outside the room, and then if something happened, they would come in. Another time, there were 3 other times we had to either call or we had to go get security to get them in there. And these are very elevated situations. Luckily, nothing happened, but that's not to say that that's not going to happen. And my concern is, and my gratefulness of having a bill like this come forward is, as legislators, we're not paid enough for this kind of, threat to us, where we're having escorts out to our cars or whatever else. But also, I think that we have a real need to look at our security. Certainly, the political climate is not dampering down at all. It's gone up. We saw that even with President Trump having his life on the line this last year. And I think it's something that, as a legislature, we should be involved, because it's our safety and our lives. It's a part of this. I have somebody I went to school with who's a Republican legislator in Missouri. She was shocked to find out that we didn't have something like a sign-in or metal detectors for our visitors. There are certain things I think we could be doing, and I think it's very important that as a legislature, we take this step and say our safety is important, and we do want to take these steps. And I think it's okay if the public understands that we are taking more security measures, because I guarantee you they understand what we don't have right now, because they continue to come in, they continue to spout off saying, I know I'm not supposed to be in the governor's office, but here I am. This is an elevated situation. And I think if you're not in these committees every single day, you don't understand. We actually had to have somebody from the courts have an escort out just a week ago because of an elevation in committee. So our security concerns are high. I have had security conversations, multiple, with the security people here. I think they're doing a very good job, but I think it always helps to have that extra kind of, look at what's going on.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your time. Yes.
Yes, you're up.
Thank you so much. Sorry, they've literally paused our executive session so I could run over here and testify.
We were waiting.
Thank you so very much. I am Lauren Selig from the town of Durham, which is the Stratford County District 10. I just want to echo my support of the importance of us looking at safety and safety concerns. In my first term, I needed to speak with my local police department on 4 separate occasions based on emails that I received. I was formally doxxed by one of our state citizens. I had to request that my 80-year-old neighbors keep their cameras on at all times so that they could make sure that no one was approaching. I had to warn my children to be on the lookout for things. We have challenges. I received another threat just a week ago. And our State House security has been phenomenal. And I see you looking at me, Rep. Sheehan, with some surprise, but the threats have been, or maybe not, maybe I'm misinterpreting, but the threats have been sometimes based on my religion. But the most recent one was because I made a statement supporting people being vaccinated, not mandating anything, just supporting that, and received additional comments associated with that. Our State House people are fabulous, and they work really hard to get to the bottom of things and share information, but I just feel like we need to take a deeper dive. At a recent conference in South Carolina with legislators from across the country, the level, the difference in what was offered to people at different states was incredible. In South Carolina, if you feel unsafe at your home, they'll send state house security to your house to monitor it and transport you as needed. In other states, they have varying levels depending on the state. I recognize we don't have the resources for a lot of those things, but I do feel that we need more work done on ensuring that we're all safe at all times, just for everyone's best interests.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have one additional pink card. Our clerk of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This was essentially to address a couple of questions that came up. A specific question came up regarding rules. I do want to just be clear that the security of the institution falls under the purview of our Joint Legislative Facilities Committee. I also want to comment that the building itself and the policies of the committee rooms fall under that same committee's purview. That committee does receive classified briefings. That committee does receive security assessments from our fantastic security folks. We have been undergoing security situation reviews, and we are partnering with our folks over at Homeland as we speak right now on many of those issues, including drills. So I do want to just clarify that the committee, the Joint Facilities Committee, which is a nonpartisan committee, it is the administrative wing that deals with the oversight of the building in terms of not only the safety and security, but the construct of the new building behind you, which hopefully you'll all be able to park in relatively soon. But those that is where you asked about rules. Our rules are very specific about security personnel in the chamber, and I want to make that clear too. There is a distinction between the chamber and everywhere else. The chamber is under the direction of the speaker and the speaker's sergeant at arms. There is a rule specifically that says the speaker can designate an additional security person for the room when we are in session, and that is a purview that the speaker has. Everything outside of that falls under the direction of the Joint Facilities Committee, including security, including responses, and partnering with other state agencies, which we are doing as we undertake these reviews. So just wanted to answer that question and
Representative Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Clerk. So just help me on the rule. Can the body make a rule to instruct the bipartisan joint committee?
Do what? Because the short answer is no. The short answer is no, because the joint, if I may, the Joint Committee on Legislative Facilities is established by statute. The House rules apply to the House, not to the Senate, which is a co-equal partner.
So therefore the joint.
Correct.
Thank you for underlining that for me. And to do what, to ask you, would be, in a point of education, or you brought up drills, or things that would move us forward to address the evolving issues at a time. So that was where I was going with that. You clarified that question.
But to that point, Representative, I do want to just mention that there are plans underway. I'm loath to discuss those on camera at the moment, because we do have some events and activities that are being planned for the next year that will involve all of you, but will not be discussed publicly. So
follow up.
Just in follow up in the fact that you mentioned the building being constructed. Therefore, and then we also know there will be renovations to this building.
Correct.
And so all of those things would impact me. So those would be other things for how do we as the House instruct our safety through that joint facility and give a bar to that. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sarge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How does the Joint Facilities Committee decide what they're going to address?
They can take up whatever they want. They have taken up the issue of earlier today. You saw a person bring in a flag attached to a pole. They are the persons that set up the policy of what's allowed within the building. So you can have a placard you're holding, but you can't have a wooden stake attached to a sign. For that, those are the types of policies that facilities will determine. They'll also give, as I said, the staff, the COO, which Director Vetter is here now. Director Vetter works under the COO, and they're all responsible directly to the Joint Facilities Committee.
Representative.
Mr. Chair, so given that the Joint Facilities Committee is established by statute, you can't instruct them just using a House rule, to my understanding. So would it just be possible to amend this bill to say, rather than establish a new committee, the requirements under this bill would just be assigned to the Joint Facilities Committee? Would that be possible?
I think you could amend the bill to say that this is a directive to the Joint Facilities Committee to undertake this review. Instead of dismissing all of the persons that are listed within the text of the bill, you could just say that they would consult with them.
Thank you.
I don't see the Sergeant at Arms mentioned on this listed in.
I noticed that as well.
Okay. I'm not sure whether I want to, on camera, have Director Vetter.
And again, Mr. Chairman, that's why I only stepped forward to speak to Representative Richards' question, because there are some things that I don't think we need to get into today. So
Understand? Agreed? I'm not sure there was any questions. I think I would suggest that if you have further questions, you take them offline and discuss them with Director Vetter individually. And if it's something that you would prefer I attend with you, I'm happy to do that. Two. Right. Thank you very much. Seeing no other pink cards, I'm going to close the hearing on 477. We did pretty well on time. We are going to be back at 1 o'clock. Plans still exist for this afternoon, unless there's any problems, concerns, and we'll have a caucus. I guess for the Republicans, beginning now, you're welcome to
Are
use.
you going to be meeting in this room?
Yes.
When would you like to meet? How long do you think your caucus is going to be? Half an hour?
No.
Oh. Then we'll be back at 1. Let's come back here at 12:30.
Under. I'll go with the under. Yeah.
May we come back at 12:30?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you.
Yep. We won't be back in here until 1, so you can schedule whatever you want to do. With that, we're off. All right, welcome back. Hope you all had a nice lunch. We are opening the hearing on House Bill 314. I will say before we start, this bill has a hard end at 2 o'clock. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pink cards, and failing that we see any more, we will be ending at 2 o'clock. So with that, I will recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Potenza. If you could introduce yourself, that would be great, and we can start off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Representative Kelly Potenza, Stratford District 19. I'm just going to get right into it because I have to go testify at another bill. So basically, as we know, just the definition, taxpayer-funded lobbying is where public officials use public dollars to advocate for public policy. The blatant misuse of taxpayer dollars is undemocratic, goes against the free speech of the taxpayer, and is one of the reasons for continual infringement on the rights of New Hampshire citizens who we work for. And if I were to guess, 99% of the New Hampshire taxpayers have absolutely no idea they are funding the expansion of government to their and their families' own detriment. How is this a violation of the taxpayers' free speech? Well, one, it's compelled speech. Given that the interests of citizens may differ from those of their governments, citizens' legislative lobby efforts towards state elected officials might be adversely affected by the distinct disadvantage they face when contending with the agenda of taxpayer-funded lobbyists hired by political subdivisions. Additionally, these taxpayer-funded lobbying efforts often take positions contrary to the taxpayers' policy preferences. As an example, homeowners may prefer lower property taxes, while a taxing jurisdiction may be employing lobbyists through an association to protect or even raise property taxes. Is there anything more absurd than the Department of Transportation using gas taxes to pay lobbyists to advocate for higher gas taxes? Or the concept of public school administrators shifting money from school budgets to pay lobbyists to advocate for more school funding? Or the publicly funded New Hampshire Municipal Association using resources to reach out to town selectmen committees to advocate against a bill. So for example, I'm just going to use some examples right now. On the advocacy page of the New Hampshire Municipal Association website, they have a bill tracker where there is a clickable link to their Fast Democracy application, which states either the New Hampshire Municipal Association supports or they oppose. Right now, they support 59 pieces of legislation and they oppose 109. So just, in regards with this committee, HB 158, Representative Hill, they oppose your legislation. HB 584, Representative Seroy, they oppose your legislation. HB 280, relative to wage payments, Representative Turcott, they oppose your legislation. So historically, and based upon the preview that I've had of just the legislation in that one area of their site, they are supporting and opposing is usually about 4-1, favoring one party, the less conservative party, over the other. So on their website, they say that they are a nonprofit, nonpartisan membership association working to strengthen New Hampshire cities and towns in their ability to serve the public as a member-funded, member-governed, and member-driven association since 1941. That's all great. I think, I don't even know what the percentage is. Let's say 80% of what they do is fantastic. They provide legal services, they have trainings, they have wonderful things, but they should not be taking money from right now, which I believe is 234, pretty much every single town and municipality, as well as 54 different districts, villages, water districts, all of these other things, of course, counties as well, to lobby legislation when their people don't have any clue what's going on. Those are all public employees that are paying to go against the people. So right now, if you look at some of the pieces that they say that they support or oppose, that's all right on their website. Happy to send you every bit of links that you need. It says, you know, the NHMA supports funding of state aid to municipalities, supports legislation authorizing local control over non-property tax revenue streams, and opposes legislation that reduces, suspends, or eliminates existing local taxes, fees, or state aid. They oppose an establishment, they support an establishment of an independent redistricting commission to draw election districts fairly and without regard to partisan advantage. Think about that. That is the biggest, that is, we're going to talk out of both sides of our mouth. We're going to say that we want an independent, partisan redistricting, but then again, we're going to take money from public employees and use it to lobby against whatever bills that they find and usually are against conservatives in the state. There's a whole slew of other things. They support legislation amending motor vehicle registration enforcement laws to ensure collection of all state and local registration fees owned by New Hampshire residents. They support legislation that protects and preserves local natural resources, which is great, and public infrastructure, builds community resilience, but then they also adopt into a climate change and they mitigate risks. Those are the risks that they set.
Can I stop you there for a second? Can we talk about how this bill works and how it accomplishes the goals of the bill?
Okay, so it's fairly simple. It basically takes the piece, the carve out, which is the legislative piece, and there's many. There's, you know, we're talking about other associations, whether it be school board associations, all of that. It carves out the piece, which is the lobbying entity of the organizations. So the bill basically stops that. So there's been a lot of emails that I've received from public employees, other state reps, and, they're concerned that they won't be able to get this advice or it doesn't do anything about that. It basically stops the piece that really, in a sense, is unconstitutional and should be illegal. So my taxes shouldn't be paying for a lobbyist to go against legislation that is from the government. It's the government against the government. It doesn't make any sense. And so this bill does that specifically. It doesn't touch any aspects of any of these associations and literally probably a lot of wonderful things that they're doing. There was a member when I was last term, when I was a first year rep, and I used some of the wonderful resources that they had and asked for their expertise in history and things like that with legislation. So that type of stuff is great, and they should be providing those trainings, and they also do events and a lot of those types of things. That's all great. But when it comes to orange badge lobbying for or against legislation on the taxpayer's dime, no. And that's what this bill does.
Thank you. You'll take questions, I assume?
Sure. Bye.
Representative Wall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much for coming in today, Representative Vicenza. I live in a very small town, and it's my understanding that the municipal association charges different towns based on population to belong. My town does. We do pay, of course, towards lobbying. We couldn't afford to pay for a lobbyist to come in and lobby on certain issues. And I do know at one time, I'm a former selectman, we would receive notices from the municipal association as to what issues they were covering, and we could say whether or not we supported them. Can you tell me what the problem is with that? Maybe the general citizen doesn't know about us paying as in all these communities paying into the municipal association, but our town fathers and mothers are managing how the money is spent when we do become members, and we do have a voice in that. Do you agree that that's a problem?
The problem is where you just said that you have government employees that are paying to lobby for legislation. I get paid $100 a year for this job. I do all of my own work. I'm not asking, gosh, I'd love somebody to lobby for me in all of the legislation that I want to pass, but it's wrong. So if you're talking about advice or any of those types of things, that's fine. But if you're paying someone and you're a public employee, you're a government employee or an elected official that's doing that to another entity that is then coming in here, you're using taxpayer funds to do that. And you can't. It's unconstitutional to do that. Nobody gave you consent to do that.
Follow up.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your response. That our town pays about $200 a year to be a member. So the impact on taxpayers is minimal. Should we withdraw from the municipal association for all the good that they do based on the fact that it's pennies per dollar that anyone pays? And I think it's probably that way with most communities. What do you think?
No, I don't think that you should withdraw at all. I think that you should utilize all of their wonderful services. And if they want to have a separate funding arm that has nothing to do, that's what I mean. It has to be separate. I don't care if it's $2,000 or $1. And there are fees that are a lot higher, of course, with, larger locations. They do a lot of great things. It's just, it needs to be carved out specifically.
Rep. Bayer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So last year, we've seen this bill before, HB 1479 last year. A lot of the testimony we received, you mentioned about a list of certain bills by certain members of the committee that were opposed by New Hampshire Municipal Association as an example. So we have a list of towns that are actually quite conservative leaning that have submitted opposition to your bill. In Auburn, Allenstown, Bedford, Derry, Goffstown, Hillsborough, Londonderry, Plastow, Salem. So how do you reconcile that? Why do you the towns are pretty clear that they rely on this resource. What is the conflict?
So you just basically said that you just heard from government employees that want to continue to have taxpayer-funded lobbying efforts. That answers the question. I don't care if they have conservative reps that represent them. It really doesn't matter. It's a conflict, it's unconstitutional, and it needs to stop. It's basically, I gave a lot of examples and I can give a lot more. I have a lot more testimony, but I won't go there. But you're saying, you're basically arguing for them to have access to something that they shouldn't have access to. If any of these public employees want to do the work and all of that kind of stuff on their own and on their own dime, that's fine. Just like every other taxpaying citizen would do.
Can you you keep saying unconstitutional repeatedly. What specific part of the Constitution do you perceive that this prohibits?
Free speech. It's Article 1, the First Amendment.
How does that prohibit free speech?
Because it's compelled speech. So, to be specific, compelled speech is when the government forces someone to say or do something that they don't want to do. So because it's government employees, public employees that are basically lobbying for whatever they want, they're basically deciding on their own versus their constituents. It's not like they are representing. A board of selectmen is, for a town of 4,000, they're not going to those 4,000 people to say, hey, we're contacting the New Hampshire Municipal Association because, we really don't like that bill. So we want all of you guys to be on board. That's not how it's working. You're having a group of people that are making a decision.
Okay. So when you're saying that, it sounds like it's cutting off the knees of people who are elected to run towns and cities to make decisions. These associations make recommendations. They're not saying you have to do this. They're providing information. So this, in my opinion, is trying to suppress information to cities and towns to get more information about these things. Because obviously cities and towns don't have the time and the resources and the attorneys to deep dive into all of these bills. So I don't think my selectmen are, if I had a real problem with it, I would bring it forward at my town meeting and say, hey, I don't want my town spending money on this. And then we could do a warrant or whatever. Yes, because we were talking about free speech, and I don't feel like any of this, I feel like, if anything, this is suppressing free speech.
It's not suppressing.
Do you agree?
No, I don't agree, because it's not suppressing free speech. For one, you just said they don't have the time. So a selectman doesn't have the time, but the father of 6 that is working 2 jobs or whatever, I'm sure he doesn't have the time either. So you're gaming the system. If it comes to all of the stuff that I talked about, using them as a resource, information, training, legal services, all fine and dandy. But when you are utilizing the government, the government's utilizing the government to lobby for itself, it's illegal. That it shouldn't be done. You're using it on taxpayer. You're funding it with taxpayer money.
So I'm sorry, last one. So tied into that, would this be perceived as illegal in your opinion? In the House calendar on December 20th, there was a notice for representatives to attend an ALEC, New Hampshire meeting at the Upham Walker House. Would that be an illegal notice using a public building funded by tax dollar maintenance, a calendar that is used public money to create? Is that an illegal activity with this new bill?
This doesn't have anything to do with that, and I don't even know what ALEC is, so I can't really speak to that. A notice is not lobbying.
ALEC is a lobbying organization.
Okay, well, are they lobbying a bill? Were they lobbying a bill? Were they here testifying, lobbying a bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we've talked a lot about the municipal side of things. I'm just trying to understand, in section 1, paragraph 2, it says, no public funds shall be used to lobby, attempt to influence legislation, participate in political activity, or contribute funds to any entity for the purpose of engaging in the same. I'm just trying to understand the scope of that. We've talked a lot about lobbying specifically, but what would you consider to be prevented under attempts to influence legislation? Would that also include things like public testimony from a state employee?
No, it wouldn't include public testimony from a state employee. It basically, if you are a lobbyist, you have your orange badge and you are recognized through that, one. And so for example, there's a lot of other ways where social media posts, all of that kind of stuff from, let's say, an association or whatever that is pushing for certain legislation, getting people out to go against, all of that kind of stuff falls into that.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your testimony. Chair will call Anne Marie Banfield. Welcome to Legislative Administration. Not sure you've ever been here before. Okay.
My name is Anne Marie Banfield. For the record, I'm a parental rights advocate focused on academic excellence in education. So normally I'm in their committee. So I come here in support of this legislation, mainly because everything she said, I would agree with. Parents have no idea that they're paying for lobbyists to lobby on their behalf, as the school board's administration or the school administrators association. And then when they come to find out, most people are pretty angry. Most people don't like that. Why are they using my tax dollars out of my school budget, where the school's telling us we need more money, and in my town we're paying $39,000 per student? Why are we paying for lobbyists on top of this? Especially since the teachers are putting into a fund and the teachers are paying for their own lobbyists. So I do lobby on behalf of parents, and I don't wear an orange tag because for 20 years I've done this and I've been accepted a dime. They do not represent me. And I'm going to mainly speak to the lobbyists that lobby on behalf of the school boards or the school administrators, because that's who will be coming up here. They don't represent me, but yet I have to pay their salaries. And a lot of times their lobbying efforts go against everything that I believe in or think that is actually good for the school. And I can give you a couple examples. The School Administrators Association, there was a bill in the House, I think by Representative Cordelli, and we looked at the bill, and it was to address some of the pornographic and obscene books that were given to children on their Chromebooks through the school library, online school library. And we had one person, a parent, come in and talk about, she was a sex offender therapist, talk about how the books hyperlinked to dating sites where pedophiles can actually meet up with children. And so this is the kind of lobbying sometimes that goes on. They didn't want to stop something like that, the School Administrators Association. The parent did. The parent came in there, was not funded, just came to represent herself. But that's the kind of conflict that happens with these organizations. They're not representing parents a lot of times, but yet the parents are forced to pay them. Another thing I thought of, because I know that this has come before your committee in the past, and Representative Portenza had talked about compelled speech. If this is not acceptable, if you are not willing to restrict this kind of activity, then it should be all activity. I haven't been paid for 20 years, and yet I've represented parents every year in Concord. So why don't we just take the money that the school is spending, because now it's budget neutral, put it into a trust fund, and then let other people with different viewpoints start taking money out and start paying anybody who has a different viewpoint. Why is it just limited viewpoints that get the taxpayer money? That's the other thing. So I'm looking at possibly maybe an amendment. Maybe you guys can come with an amendment if this isn't acceptable to the committee, because I think it's acceptable. I think it should just be done away with. I think, schools need money, and yet they're throwing money out the door for this stuff. Why not come up with an amendment? And I'm working on language with an attorney right now that you throw it all into a pot, trust fund, and then let other people with different viewpoints take out, and they are able to lobby on behalf of parents and students, special needs. We have special needs people who come here all the time. They're not paid a dime. And so, why is it just restricted to some viewpoints, I guess? And so that might be an alternative to this bill. I think that's basically what I wanted to say. School boards administration had put out a model policy years ago. They withdrew it, but it had a provision in it where information was to be hidden from parents. Parents don't want this. A lot of parents don't want that. I'm certainly not speaking for everybody. A lot of parents don't want that, and yet they're paying for that. So those are the situations that I've seen for 20 years, and something's got to be done. I mean, because to me, when parents find out that this is going on, they're not very happy about it. So that's all I wanted to bring you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Will you take questions?
Sure.
Are there any questions for Ms. Banfield? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Chair will call E-classes. Margaret Burns from NHMA asks for 5 minutes and opposes the bill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Legislative Administration Committee. My name is Margaret Burns. I'm the Executive Director of the New Hampshire Municipal Association. I'm here in opposition to the bill. I've been executive director for 7 years now, and each one of those 7 years we've seen a bill like this. Almost each one of those 7 years we've seen a bill like this. And as was referenced earlier, House Bill 1479, which was substantially similar to this bill, was indefinitely postponed. There's often a lot of mixed information about what these bills do. And there was certainly a lot of mixed information about what last year's bill did, as well as what this year's House Bill 314 does. So I'd like to break it down, what the impacts are of the actual bill as written. The bill prohibits a wide range of individuals from speech-related activity in relation to the legislative process. It's sort of broken down into two different prohibitions. The first two paragraphs, paragraph 1 and paragraph 2, are extremely broad. By adding the term public funds into RSA Chapter 15 and defining it as any grant or appropriation of the state or any local government, and then banning in the second paragraph that any public funds can be used to lobby, attempt to influence legislation, or participate in political activity, there's essentially a complete ban on any form of speech that is in any way funded by public funds. This is because an appropriation of public funds is simply that. It can be someone's salary, it can be mileage to travel somewhere, it can be the phone or the computer that's used. A public funds appropriation is simply money appropriated by the state or local government for a particular purpose. So adding in this new definition of public funds and coupling that with the prohibition in paragraph 2 that no public funds can be used for these purposes is going to impact not only organizations that lobby and people who register as lobbyists, but much broader than that. It's going to affect all local officials as well as anyone who's acting in any capacity that's funded by a grant or appropriation of the state or local government. And so that's why paragraph 1 and 2 are broad, and they don't just relate to lobbyists, and they don't even just relate to lobbying activity, because while lobbying at least has some type of definition in RSA Chapter 15, the additional terms, attempt to influence legislation or participate in political activity, are incredibly broad. So at worst, these create complete bans on speech related to legislation, and at best, they create mass confusion about what speech is allowed, which will have the effect of chilling speech in this legislature. And for that reason, although most of the testimony introducing the bill was focused on the New Hampshire Municipal Association and on local governments, there is a very wide range of groups and individuals who are opposed to House Bill 314, some of them who you might have heard from already. This includes the New Hampshire Center for Nonprofits, the New Hampshire Charitable Foundation, Association of Counties School Boards, Association of Assessing Officials, Health Officers Associations, Public Works, Mutual Aid, police chiefs, fire chiefs, and so on. Paragraph 3 is really a separate prohibition from paragraphs 1 and 2. Paragraph 3 is focused specifically on, I believe, organizations that are recipients of public funds and has a separate requirement that those organizations have to segregate funds. So I believe I heard when the prime sponsor introduced the bill that this bill is prohibiting lobbying activity because it is unconstitutional speech. But in fact, paragraph 1 and 2 are broadly prohibiting in general local officials and others who are funded by public speech from speaking and being part of the legislative process. And then paragraph 3 is creating some sort of separate requirement for segregation of funds by certain organizations, specifically those that are required to register under RSA Chapter 15(1). So two separate prohibitions that are both very broad in their effect. And of course, the bill goes on to make these activities a Class A misdemeanor. There's personal liability that is equal to 3 times the amount of money improperly used. And any person in the state has the ability to bring that lawsuit, whether they can show direct harm or not, or whether they're directly connected or not, they would have the ability to bring the lawsuit. What this bill really is doing is it's creating a broad ban on speech. And it is also at the same time going to create a serious chilling effect on what is and what is not allowed to be speech. NHMA's lobbying is very public. And as you saw in, or as you heard about in the introduction of the bill, all the bills that we take positions on are posted on our website. We are very transparent about what we do and how we do it. And in the past, we have heard with respect to this bill that much of the support for bills like this is because people don't agree with the positions that we take here in the legislature, and that they would prefer that we don't take them. What disturbs me most about the information around this bill is that our positions that we take on legislation should somehow have an effect on whether or not municipalities, local officials, and other individuals who wish to speak and engage in the legislative process should be banned from doing so. NHMA is a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization. Our positions are solely based on what our members vote on through our legislative policy process every 2 years. We do not take into account party. We do not take into account anything except how the bills impact local government. We have heard many times on this bill that part of the problem, allegedly, is that the advocacy we do is somehow not in the interest of New Hampshire taxpayers. And I wish to tell you that that is patently false. Most of the bills that NHMA takes positions on do one of two things. They cost taxpayers more money, and they take away voter authority at the local level by taking away local control. While it may or may not be true that individuals across the state understand that there's advocacy happening on the behalf of local governments, the majority of the bills that we're involved with would cost taxpayers money or would affect their ability to vote and make decisions at the local level. And while this bill on its face is not about that, the speech that it would ban as a result is serious and would have seriously detrimental effects on the transparency and access to the legislative process that you all engage in. So I urge you to vote this bill as inexpedient to legislate. I apologize if I was more than 5 minutes.
It's all right, we'll bill you. Would you take questions?
Of course.
Short ones, right? Look at the clock. Representative Payer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell me, just out of my own personal curiosity, what is your background? Do you have a legal background?
Yes, I'm a lawyer, and before I was executive director of the Municipal Association, I was a staff attorney there for several years.
You have
Follow-up.
I'm sorry. You have some familiarity with the law.
I do.
Can I ask one more follow-up question?
Last one.
Okay. So from what you were talking about, that this would be a ban on speech and whatnot. In your legal opinion, is this a violation of the First Amendment?
Lobbying is protected speech. So there are serious constitutional implications by this bill.
Thank you. Any further questions? Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking the question. You mentioned nonprofit. I'm just curious. What is the total revenue NHMA takes in from all the municipalities in New Hampshire?
Are you asking total revenue of the association or total dues revenue? I can give you both.
Sure.
For 2025, approximately 1.3 million in total dues revenue. That's 234 cities and towns and 50 something associate members. Total budget for the association for 2025, approximately 2 million.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much for your testimony. Chair will call William McKinney, New Hampshire Building, if I can read that, maybe you can do it. Building Officials Association?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
3 minutes, I like that. Opposes the bill.
Welcome. I'll do my best on keeping my time.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I'm Bill McKinney. I'm representing the New Hampshire Building Officials Association as their past president and current legislative affairs chairman. New Hampshire Building Officials Association is a nonprofit professional association that represents over 200 code officials throughout the state of New Hampshire. The language contained in House Bill 314 has been introduced in several of the last few sessions. I think I've testified, in favor or against or whatever different versions of this over the past 4 or 5 sessions. So to my knowledge, each session, the committees have recommended ITL, and I believe that was for good reason. The term lobbyist in RSA 15:1 has a very broad definition. And combined with a past state's Attorney General's office opinion, it would encompass many professional organizations and associations whose their intent is to educate, not to lobby. We're often called here by the committees to speak on behalf of our positions on bills just to provide you with more information. Many professional associations such as NHBOA receive payments from communities for their code officials to be members to attend our valuable trainings and our meetings. The fees for membership to those associations are currently within the annual budgets of those communities that the voters review and approve, whether it be through town meeting, deliberative session, or through town or city councils. There is a transparent and public process already to approve these funds in each community within our state. New Hampshire Building Officials Association also represents our members by providing input to legislators on bills that may have a positive or negative impact to building and life safety codes in New Hampshire. NHBOA and other professional associations are often requested by legislators to provide input from our members relative to legislation specific to our areas of expertise. Many smaller communities do not have the staff or resources to have their voice heard in Concord. Those communities rely on the many professional associations to speak on their behalf on matters of great importance. The many professional associations do not receive funding specifically for lobbying, nor do they intend to lobby. However, again, because of the broad definition, we get rolled into that, and especially with this bill. How will House Bill 314 impact the municipal employee who wishes to educate legislators on the merits of legislation? Will this legislation prohibit those conversations unless discussion time and funding is tracked? This proposed legislation could limit or even prohibit free discussion and free speech of municipal employees with their legislators. House Bill 314, while it is well intended to target specific lobbying expenditures or groups and to provide additional transparency, could also have far-reaching negative impacts and ramifications to many valuable professional associations and municipal officials that help to keep costs for New Hampshire lower. And with that, I'm willing to accept any questions.
You did pretty well with the time. Anyone have questions? I have one.
Yes, sir.
Does your organization allow for a member to purchase some services but not lobbying? Is that an option for a member town?
Again, one of the services that I would say that we do not provide lobbying. Our members, when we come to speak here, are on our own time. However, we're speaking on behalf of our code officials, but the money for those members to be part of our association, even if I'm testifying before you today, could be misconstrued as taxpayer funding for lobbying, correct? Because I'm obviously trying to provide information that may sway what you feel about this legislation. And by the definition and by an opinion by the prior state's Attorney General's office, then that becomes lobbying.
Great. Thank you very much for your help.
Thank you. And I appreciate.
No further questions.
Thank you for your time.
Free to go. The last pink card that I have for this bill is a twofer. Jason Henry and Kathy Berube are testifying together, apparently. But you're welcome. We do have time if you want to do singularly. Okay. Please introduce yourself.
Oh, thank you. Hi. My name is Catherine Barabee. I'm president of the New Hampshire Registry of Deeds Association. And the registers unanimously oppose House Bill 314. It is the position of the Registry of Deeds Association that if House Bill 314 were passed, that it would censor those who may have the most information regarding a proposed bill. The registers of deeds take an oath upon taking their office to discharge their duties to the best of their abilities. It is submitted that providing information on a bill that may affect the daily operation of the registries is part of the duties of the Register of Deeds. The Registry of Deeds Association maintains that it is the duty and the responsibility of the association to work with committees of the general court to provide information on how a proposed bill may affect the daily operations of the Registry of Deeds offices, how it may affect the public that uses the Registry of Deeds offices, and local county government. Ultimately, after receiving this information, it is the responsibility of each legislature to consider this information and to vote his or her conscience. This bill, if passed, will take away the ability of those who may have the most information regarding a bill from testifying, especially with the way that the bill is drafted. I mean, obviously, we're not a lobbying group, but we feel that we have information, hopefully, that's important, dealing with the records, land records and property records, real property records, and how those offices are run. So 2 examples that the New Hampshire Registry of Deeds Association has taken a position on in this term, for example, is the amendment on the transfer on death deed statute and on the proposal to create a landlord registry within the New Hampshire Registry of Deeds offices. The testimony information provided to the legislative committees by the New Hampshire Registry of Deeds Association provided substantive information so that each committee member's vote could be more well informed. If House Bill 314, we believe, is passed, that it's going to muzzle those that are best able to provide information on the topic of a bill that is before a committee. Therefore, the Registry of Deeds Association is asking that House Bill 314 be voted inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you. Would you be willing to take questions?
Of course.
Are there any questions? I have one.
Yes.
Are you aware in 15:1 of the definitions of lobbyists, it exempts testimony before committee?
The concern that we had with the bill, the way that it's written, that I think was addressed by the former speaker, the attorney who representing, I believe, the Municipal Association, is how that it's written that may be interpreted differently in the statute. That it appears to be that anyone who is coming to testify, who is maybe on, the time, being paid for mileage or coming to testify, taking time from work to do that, might be then subject to the fines and the penalties. I believe it's a misdemeanor. So that's a concern that the Registry of Deeds Association has with this bill.
Great. Thank you very much for your answer.
Thank you.
Yep, Representative Wade.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So to sort of follow up on that one, is it to your understanding that when it says no public funds shall be used to attempt to influence legislation or participate in political activity, that would include public testimony for any employee that is paid by state funds?
Yes, that's our concern.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now my question is, does Jason Henry? Okay. It'd be great if we could get one pink card for each of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Jason Henry, Superintendent of Rockingham County Jail. I'm also legislative chair for the New Hampshire Association of Counties, and I'm representing them. I'm also a school board member as well, too. So I concur with most of the testimony that already happened in front of us. My concern on this bill also is attempt to influence legislation. I'm a appointed official. I'm concerned that I would create a misdemeanor by influencing. It's not just here testifying. I get called the last minute from House members, senators, and everything else for my expertise on certain things. I think there's a misnomer on how the call them lobbyists or how these groups work. So for us, we have a superintendent's affiliate, Registry of Deeds. We meet as 10 superintendents. We look at these bills, which help with our call them lobbyists, to compile them, and we best, because we're stewards of taxpayer dollars, look at, is it going to affect, how much it's going to cost, so we can reasonably make decisions and come down here and testify. Then, if we want to take a full stance on something, it's not just individuals, it's a group, and then from there we go to our executive committee. Executive committee is made for us, 5 members from each one of the counties. We'll have to take a full vote on how we wish to present down to here, whether we want something ITL'd or we support something, and we support plenty of bills back and forth well too. So I think people concerned that there's not voices aren't being heard. They're being heard by the experts that are in the field. And as some of you with other boards and other things, that's what you were elected for, appointed for, be an expert in the field. And I'm concerned that would stifle the information being given to you guys. Any funds we use for any lobbyists. I'm sure that New Hampshire spends some money down in DC because you can't be there every day helping back and forth. So would this prohibit that kind of behavior, or whatever people want to call it, opportunity for you guys to receive information? I don't know. But I'm very concerned about the bill. Association of County in general is opposed to this bill. We've opposed it in the past. I don't want to waste your time because everybody else spoke on the other stuff. And I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I have one. You mentioned that your executive committee, I think you said, has a member group of 5.
5 per county.
5 per county.
Yep.
I'm not going to do the math there. So what I'm assuming there are often decisions that are not unanimous.
Correct.
How does the minority get their voice expressed here?
It doesn't stop anybody from coming down and testifying whatsoever. Okay. It's as an association itself, we may say this, but there are times that you can go down and testify that may be against, because it is 5 and representative, it could be commissioners, nursing home directors, superintendents, anybody. We may have opposing. And that does happen once in a blue moon. We try to talk it out and get on the same page, but it doesn't stop them from coming down and testifying in opposition or for something for each one of their counties or what they're representing.
Granting myself a follow-up, does that necessarily mean that that both sides would be coming and testifying from your organization, or would one be testifying as an individual and the majority would be testifying from your organization, or how does?
So when we do vote, that's a majority of the organization. And again, so individuals could come down and testify individually against it. And sometimes when we can't come to consensus, we don't vote to say we're unanimous and sending it down and how we feel. A lot of bills we say that is up to your county, up to how you feel and those kinds of things. So if we can't come to you, I never really sit down. We don't come to unanimous consent on something. We just say then go down on your own and what works for your individual county, because some of these bills impact different areas differently. So there are some bills we just do not take a stance on.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for your help. No further questions. Thank you. Well, it looks to me like people listened to my admonition that we were going to end at exactly 2:00. Is there anyone in the room that would like to testify? Seeing none, I'm going to close the hearing on, what is this, 314? 314. And we have 10 minutes or so. What's the... Representative Ohm, you are, before you sit down, I only have your pink card. Do you know if there's other testimony? Okay, so here's my, and I'm not sure if the Secretary of State plans on testifying. We have a hard break at 2:00. If you think you can, you've got 5 to 10 minutes in here. Do you think that's reasonable? Okay, otherwise I would have you wait till like 2:15 or so. But if you want to go, you're welcome to go, and I'll open the hearing on 546 and welcome the prime sponsor, Representative Ohm. That'll work. Huh? OHM. Do you have another pink card coming for me?
They're right over there.
Got him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Representative Bill Ohm, Hillsborough 10, City of Nashua. First, I'd like to say that the original bill as drafted doesn't work. And I have a committee amendment that greatly simplifies the bill and that may be sufficient under state law not to be required. So the problem I'm trying to solve is to have disclosure of campaign contributions of $1,000 or more. And as the Secretary of State's office has pointed out to me, under new legislation that was effective January of this year, after my bill was originally drafted, seems to cover most of that requirement. And specifically, the legislation under section 664.6 talks about a 48 hours reporting period for contributions of $1,000 or more, which solves most of the problem that I'm trying to address here. The only open issue is whether some reasonable reporting by the Secretary of State's office without doing a lot of administrative overhead to give a summary of these reports to the public. And that's my testimony.
Thank you. Questions? I have a couple. Are we getting an amendment? Is that what I understand? Oh, here we go.
Yeah,
And does this amendment replace the entire bill?
correct. It replaces the entire bill. It simplifies sections, and it talks about just reporting of a campaign contribution of $1,000 or more, which may be covered under the new statute that took effect January 1.
Is this going to mean additional reporting or replace existing reporting?
It would be additional reporting of the existing forms. So now there's a requirement to report every 6 months, December 30th, June 30th, for campaign contributions. I'm hoping that we can get more prompt reporting on these major contributions. If it's not going to be a lot of work for the Secretary of State.
Last question for me, is the existing reporting is done on paper by representatives and online, I believe, by senators. That would remain in this bill as well, right?
Yeah, I've not changed the reporting procedure.
Okay. All right. No further questions. Thank you very much. Yes, I have a pink card. Deputy Secretary of State, Erin Hennessy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Erin Hennessy. I am the Deputy Secretary of State. Can I just confirm what amendment number you're looking at?
Yes. It looks like 2025-0253H.
Okay, thank you. So last year, the House Election Law Committee had a summer-long session of rewriting some of the campaign finance laws. And what they did was try and make it easier for people to report. It's still very voluminous election law, Chapter 664. But I believe what Representative Ohm is trying to do is to add an additional report if you receive an $1,000 contribution anytime during December, between the time of December to January, that you would have to report that within 48 hours. The law, which was HB 1091 of 2024, took away the 48-hour report. The previous 48-hour report only related to, I believe it was a $500 contribution within 48 hours of an election. It's no longer in law, so I can't remember now. It's gone. But I think that was his intention. But I do want to say that the way this amendment's written, it doesn't quite do that, and would only apply to candidates and not to political committees. Some candidates sign up, register with our office as a candidate committee, which is now considered one of the political committees. So this should really be, if you agree, should be in section 664-6. And as the chair pointed out, state representatives are not required to file their campaign finance reports with our office electronically through our campaign finance system. So the requirement of us doing a monthly report to the legislature on these donations would have to be a lot of man hours from our office, which we do not have right now. Unless you want to give us some more people, because we would have to manually go through each of the paper filings and summarize them each month. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Are there questions? I have one. Is there a plan in the future for electronic filing for representatives? Is that,
There's in the law, and I don't remember what the law states. I think it's next election cycle, so so after this election cycle ends, which just started, so 2 years from now, I believe that's when state reps may have to start using mandatory file online. Some state reps already do file online through the campaign finance system, but
so it's coming?
it's coming.
Would that change, is this premature? I guess, is that what I'm saying?
That would definitely be a lot easier for our office because if everyone did their campaign finance reports online, then just a summary report could be generated by anyone, not necessarily from our office. However, we would need to work with our vendor to create systematically the requirement for that report because that's not one of the reports that's done right now. So there would be an expense to that. I can't guess what that would be.
Last follow-up, is your testimony wrapped into the Ethics Committee testimony, or does that have nothing to do with your concerns on this bill?
That has nothing to do with me. Just about campaign finance piece.
Yep, Representative Payer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify what I thought I heard you say verbally is that the amendment 0253H under section 2, it says each candidate, and I thought I heard you say you suggested it be also political committees to include, or did I get it wrong?
Thanks for the question. So this section of law refers back to the calendar of campaign finance reports that political committees have to do. So if you're going to change when somebody has to file a report, it shouldn't be in 664.7. It should be in 664.6, section 1, one of the little letters.
So, so I'm clear. Candidates are in 7.
Candidates are in 7, but their reporting requirements. Line 15 of this amendment refers to 664.6, 1 through 4, and those are the reporting requirements, which are the ones that the political committees have to do.
I think I got it. Further questions? Follow-up? No? Think I'm set. Thank you very much for your testimony. Think we're going to have, do you know if your fellow sub is on its way? Keith Ammon, Representative Ammon?
He's here in Congress, right?
Yeah, I know. He's supposed to be here too. I think we're still good, right? Do you count noses? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Yep. All right. So I'm going to, yes, I'm going to close the hearing. Did I close the hearing on? Lost it. 5:46, and open the executive session on 314. Yes. And I am going to recognize a motion from Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion of retain on HB 314.
Representative Turcott moves retain on House Bill 314. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Sheehan. Is there any discussion?
Briefly.
Okay.
Yeah, just briefly. I think we'd be rushed since it is an FN bill. I prefer to have a little more time to amend if that's the way we decide to go. I know I've heard a lot of testimony today that would tell me if we're going to attempt this, that we need to do some amendments. So I think retaining at this point is the best option for us.
Thank you, Representative Turcott. I will just say that just to reiterate, some of the concern that we have is not our fault. We have a calendar to deal with, and House Bill 314, as constituted, would be considered an early bill, meaning that it is going to go to a second committee. By retaining it, we have solved that issue. And it also gives time for us to then look at this bill for next term and see if there's things that we can take from it, or we may meet as a committee of the whole, which is what we typically do, or in subcommittee. But it would be, this bill in its present form would be non-existent until we're in another building.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for this motion. We have a question on timing. When might we work on this? What do we have some?
Thank you for your question. We would not be working on this bill as the clerk likes to say, not in this building. So when we move, we would be taking this up probably September or
Thank
so.
you.
Representative Payer?
Hello. I'm just curious, what's the second committee that we would send this to?
I'm assuming, because there is we're all set, actually, now. We've got, yeah, we're good to go.
Is it?
Thanks for your help.
Is it finance? Is that what you meant?
I think, no, because it's not really a financial issue.
Right.
I think it would probably go to criminal justice,
Oh, okay.
would be my guess.
Okay, I was just curious.
But
Yeah.
that's probably my least favorite part of this whole bill. So if that gives you any indication of anything. So the motion on the floor is retain on House Bill 314, and I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Vice Chair Sheehan.
Yes.
Excuse me. Representative Turcott.
Yes.
Representative Petronell. I can't say that.
Yes.
Representative Boyd.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Wall.
Yes.
Representative Richards.
Yes.
Representative Pyer.
Yes.
Representative Sorensen.
Yes.
Representative Wade.
Yes.
And the chair.
Chair votes yes.
11 yes, 0 no.
All right. We are unanimous. We are done with the executive session on this. Thank you very much for your help. Good job. With that, I promised 10 minutes. We're out in 5. We're now back onto our regular schedule, and we can open the hearing on House Bill 605, which is relative to the employment protection for members of the general court. Recognize the prime sponsor, Representative Reed. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, honorable members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ellen Reed. I represent Rockingham 10, Newmarket, and Newfields. Thank you. This is similar to bills you have seen in the past, including one bill that enjoyed quite a bit of support on the floor last year. It has 2 parts. I was trying to work with my colleague regarding both of our bills, and we didn't manage to coordinate our language like we originally intended through OLS, but I'll go through the first part first, and if the committee wants to divide out and take out the second part, that's also something I would support. So, as you may recall, the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program is a federal program that was created under the George W. Bush administration in 2007. The intention of the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program is to encourage young people to enter public service. The program only applies for federal student loans. It does not apply for private student loans. And to qualify, a person must make 120 on-time payments
while they are employed in public service. And that definition is very, very exact. Once those 10 years of payments are made while in public service, if they are approved, any of the remaining federal student loans after those 10 years of payments is forgiven. Public service is defined in the statute, the federal statute, as either nonprofit work or any governmental work in the United States, including federal, state, local, and tribal. So any government position in this country, as well as nonprofit. An applicant can qualify with various types of public service kind of cobbled together. So you might have 2 years in public office, 4 years teaching, a couple years with the DOT. You can put all that together to qualify for those 120 on-time payments. There are lots of rules around the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program. For example, certain governmental contractors count, other contractors do not count. When Congress passed this program, they very explicitly exempted only themselves, only federal legislators, so as to not have a conflict of interest. They did not, very intentionally did not exempt any state legislatures. In fact, most of the states do certify their public servants, their legislators, as public service. The form that an employer receives to qualify that person's time working there as public service has essentially 6 lines. That includes the name and address of the employer, the start and end dates of the service, the EIN number, the employer identification number, and the which the federal government then goes by to determine whether the organization qualifies. So New Hampshire state legislators are paid a biennial salary of $200 per the state constitution, part 2nd, article 15. The EIN number, and this is from last year, but this is my last term's W-2 for my state legislative work, $200. The EIN number, 02-60000618, is the same employer number that any state employee in this state has. If you are working as a road crew member for the DOT, if you are working for the Fish and Game Department, members behind me have the same exact EIN number, because your employer identification number, I understand that we have a narrative in the state, and I appreciate it, that we are a volunteer legislature, that we are not technically employees, and that's fine. How we have things is fine, but as far as the federal government's concerned, we are employees. You don't give W-2s to people who are not employees. W-2s only exist for employees, and that $200 we get gets taxes taken out. You get your Medicaid and your Social Security taxes taken out of that $200. By the way, at the time it was established, it was enough. It was based on the average salary of the, not salary, but income of a farmer at the time. And it was enough at the time to buy 4 acres with a house. So it was always intended to be compensation for employment. Having said that, I want to bring it back around. So in the past, state legislators have applied for the fact that they have served in office, public office, to count towards their public service for public service loan forgiveness. That's been traditionally sent to DAS. And hold on, just want to check. And the accounting office has historically decided not to certify legislators' applications when they were asked, because they said, and I went through a whole bunch of emails with them, they said it was on the basis that they didn't consider us employees because we were elected and served a term rather than going through normal hiring or firing processes. I will point out that we have a number of state employees that are elected and do not go through a normal hiring and firing process. For example, the Secretary of State, the clerks of the 2 chambers, and the state treasurer are all elected positions, yet they are considered employees. They get the same EIN on their W-2, and they qualify for public service loan forgiveness. Further, the commissioner of the Department of Administrative Services last year, when we had this, Charles Arlinghouse, repeatedly stated that he was fine and had no reason to oppose the certification of public service for state legislators. So a few years back, we passed RSA 14A:6. This allowed state legislators access to employee benefits while saying that this does not mean that they're employees. They're not employees in terms of how the state considers them. They are employees for how the feds consider us. But we're going to still give them access to employee benefits. We did that, and in the same way, this would also give us that same access to employee benefits. But while we did that, that actually cost a little bit because they're covering us under the EAP program. There's some administrative costs to, even though we take on the full amount for health insurance, there's some administrative costs there, including us. There's some cost. There's absolutely zero cost to simply certifying that we are operating in public service. So the idea that we would want to provide this for legislators is important because right now we have a body, because of the volunteer position, the $100 a year, where it's exceedingly hard to get the average New Hampshire person to run for office. Because if you try to recruit, most people say, oh, great, I'm very interested in running for office. How much does it pay? I'm sorry, I can't quit my job. I have to pay my mortgage. I have to pay my rent. It's very hard. So what we have currently is a body that does not look like the rest of the state. It is older, wider, and most importantly, richer than the rest of the state. It's not representative the way the House of Representatives is supposed to be. And I think in order to pass legislation that reflects the will of the people, we need to have a body that reflects the will of the people. And in order to do that, we can encourage younger people, working age people, to actually run for office by providing these very small free benefits. Again, it doesn't cost us anything, and it's the least of the ask. Just say, hey, the service that I've provided here counts for public service. Because we all call ourselves public servants. We say that proudly. But we're not going to certify it. It doesn't make sense. So not only does it not cost New Hampshire any money whatsoever, but New Hampshire is a federal income donor state, meaning our tax dollars don't come back to us in federal services in the same amount that we send them out. Other states are beneficiaries of our federal tax dollars from our workers, which means because of the 19 states I am currently aware of, 17 of them certify their state representative service as public service, including states that have what they consider to be part-time legislatures and even legislatures that only meet once every 2 years. But they certify their service. So that means our state dollars are going to forgive Massachusetts legislators, California legislators, but not our own legislators who don't even get paid. Now, I do want to bring up the question of, okay, is it really full-time service? Because we are a part-time legislature. Our session only lasts half the year because when it was created in this way, most people were farmers. So they had to travel by horse. They came all the way in, stayed for half the year, and would go back to their farms. So we are a part-time legislature, but at no point are you an off-duty legislator. You never get to take off your role as a state rep. If you get arrested, the newspapers don't say off-duty state rep. They say state rep. You are always 100% every second of the day accountable to your voters for every action you take, whether it's here or anywhere else. I answer constituent emails, texts, and phone calls at all hours of the day, all days of the year, weekends. This past Christmas, at 11 o'clock at night on Christmas Eve, was helping a constituent and in contact with a constituent. So we are full-time legislators, even though session is a part-time legislature. So yes, the majority of states already give this validation. Validation is what it is. It's not even a benefit. It's just validating our service. Almost all the states already do that. Certainly of the ones that the vast majority of the ones that I've been able to get information on, including our neighboring states. There's a whole list. I think the House clerk has a more comprehensive list than I do. And I just want to bring this piece back around to the idea that the whole point of the PSLF program under George W. Bush was to incentivize young people into public service. We are not doing that with the income here, right? We don't do that. We keep retired people here. We don't help working people to get into this place to affect change in ways that would resonate with the people like them. The least we can do is say, well, if you're going to serve in office, then this is public service. And we desperately need that kind of representation here. As for the second part of the bill, it is similar to something you've already heard. I've personally gone through this. I know other legislators have gone through this. So what this is that if you are a working person and you're trying to serve in office, right now, your employer can keep you from coming here. And in my case, my employer absolutely kept me from showing up to a session day where the headliner bill was something that he absolutely knew he disagreed with me on. It was a gay rights issue. He absolutely disagreed with me and prohibited me from showing up. So I don't know why we're allowing employers to affect legislative outcomes that way when, in fact, a police officer cannot detain us on our way to session, when, in fact, the speaker can force us, compel our attendance. It hasn't happened in any kind of recent time, but can compel us by force, can send police officers to pick us up and bring us into session. That is how sacred our constitutional duty to this body is. That we say we can actually take away your bodily autonomy and force you in here because you agreed to serve in public office. And jury duty is covered as a protected reason to miss work. We get out of jury duty if we have session on the days we're supposed to serve, yet our employer, who has to give us time off for jury duty, doesn't have to give us time off for this place, even though this place supersedes jury duty. So I don't know why we're allowing employers to do that when this is an unpaid day off. They can require that an employee, in this bill, can require an employee use their paid time off that they've accrued, if they've accrued any, and they have to give a 2-day notice ahead of time because we only get a minimum of 3-day notice for hearings and what have you. So this would be a 2-day notice to the employer. Otherwise, you would not be covered. And that's the entirety of the bill. Like I said, 2 different pieces both affect the idea that we want more working age, working class people in this body to represent what actual people in New Hampshire look like. That is how they're connected. But I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Representative Pick.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Reed. Are you going to submit anything written?
No, I just have my own personal notes, but I'm happy if you would like me to, I can kind of give you like the bullet points, but it's not in a written testimony format.
That would be helpful.
Sure.
Because you said a lot, which is good stuff, but just keep it all straight.
Sure.
Representative Wall.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman, and thank you for your testimony, Representative Reed. Did I hear you correctly? That said 17 other states allow this?
Of the 19 that I have researched, because I personally am a member of 2 national organizations of state legislators, NCEL and the National Women's Legislator, So I go to these conventions, so I've developed connections with other state legislators. So I went through all of my connections. And of these 19 states that I was able to find out information on, 17 of them definitely do certify public service,
Follow up?
including part-time, and 1 out of every 2-year legislatures.
Okay, thank you. Clarify for me, in case I didn't hear correctly. You talk very fast and you had a load of information.
I apologize.
Thank you. So you said they certify these employees. Does that mean these employees who have not earned time off do get time off?
So there's the 2 different pieces of the bill. The first piece is saying that us as state reps, for the purposes of the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program, which is a federal program under George W. Bush, that after 10 years of on-time payments, while you are working in public service, you get the rest of your loans forgiven. As far as I can tell, almost all the other states do this for their legislators, but we don't. And we're saying this is the least you can do is just certify a piece of paper that's saying, yes, you served in public service from whenever you swore in to whenever you left office. That's literally all that piece is asking for. The second piece, which is related The second piece, which is related through the idea that all of this bill is trying to make it easier for younger working people to serve. The second piece is an employee protection for a legislator, saying that your employer cannot discipline you if you give them 2 days in advance notice that you have to attend session or a hearing or a committee that you are a member of or a hearing on a bill that you're a sponsor of.
Got it. Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
Any other questions? Rep. Wade.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is in regards to those other states that have that allow their legislators to count this towards public service. Did they have to do that through legislation, or was it just evaluated differently from the federal level, that they considered that full-time service? Because you mentioned the reason they denied New Hampshire reps is that it's an elected position and not hired through traditional means. So I'm just wondering, are those other states doing this through legislative means?
So as far as I'm aware, the vast majority did not have to pass a law because they were just getting their service certified. Actually, most other states don't have this weird argument because most of them get paid at least a stipend level. So they don't have this weird, like, we're a volunteer legislature argument that we're not actually employees. So they are considered employees in most other states, even if they're only getting like $15,000 as a stipend, which sounds like a lot for us, right? But that's not a lot for other reps. I think California is in the 6 digits. Massachusetts, I think, is up to 90,000. But Tennessee, I know, is like the $15,000 range. And there are other states that do pay very little or per diems, but I think that we are officially the least paid. So having said that, most of them don't have this argument that you're not really an employee of the state. They kind of already are. In terms of the part-time, full-time thing, they administratively just haven't made an issue of that. So they just certify you're a full-time legislator, regardless of how often session actually happens. You never stop being a legislator. There may be states that did do it by law, but as far as I know, they just didn't have to because they weren't getting denied. What I said was not any kind of official thing, but when I was going in emails, why were people being denied this particular thing with the accounting office? They said that was their rationale, but it wasn't like an official, it was just what they said their rationale for making that decision was.
Follow up, sure.
Yeah, thank you. And have you reached out to the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program to confirm that this legislation would then qualify?
No, because it really just comes down to that form. And for what it's worth, I did get my loans forgiven, which is why I feel no problems sponsoring this because I have no dog in the fight at this point. But it's a form that you give to all of your public service employers or anyone you thought was a public service employer. They fill out their EIN number, which is how the feds know. The EIN that they would be filling out for us is the same EIN as every other state employee, which qualifies. The EIN qualifies. It is on the list. Our EIN on our W-2 for our $200 is on the list of qualifying EINs for the federal government. That says that this is an EIN, that if you have service under this EIN, you have employment under this EIN, you qualify. So anyone who gets that W-2 with that EIN number, that time period qualifies. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I should not recognize the questions.
Representative Richards.
So was the EIN that you just said qualified from here part of your 120? Was it part of what you cobbled together, or did you?
No, I have.
You had it qualified through other means,
Correct.
not through. Thank you.
I've been an adjunct teacher at community college. I've been a driver for public transit. I have been a teacher at other places. I have a lot of public service that qualified other than the State House. But before I got my loans forgiven, this would have increased the time I had to qualify. So it was a conflict of interest for me that I think maybe to put this in before that. But now that it's been forgiven, I don't any longer have a dog in the fight.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. And I will call the clerk of the House, Paul Smith.
Good afternoon. Long time no see. Paul Smith, Clerk of the House, just here to provide a couple of points of clarification. Again, as Representative Reed said, there's two components of the bill. I have nothing to say whatsoever about the second component. I'm here just to talk specifically about the PSLF. And the reason for that is, as you all know, I have colleagues across the country. There's 99 of us. There's not 100 because Nebraska is a unicameral legislature. So that being said, we communicate on various issues between the states when we're looking for information. They just recently sent me a request asking about members' desks, and I got a little chuckle because you don't get any of those. So I, in turn, asked the question about PSLF, and I didn't receive responses from everybody because not everybody participates. However, I did receive a slew of responses, and just as a brief snapshot, although the term employment is sort of a contentious issue here. In terms of service, because this is public service loan forgiveness, in terms of service that counts, the following states reported to me that they do count the service towards the PSLF program. So Florida, Maine, Hawaii, Vermont, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Kansas, Alabama, Washington, Minnesota, Texas, California, Wyoming, and Louisiana all reported to me that they do participate in PSLF in terms of certifying their members' service as it counts towards the program. Two states of that group that responded no, and that would be Kentucky and New Mexico. Now, interestingly, New Mexico does not pay their members at all. They have a per diem, but they do not have a legislative salary whatsoever. So we often comment about being the lowest paid in the country, but New Mexico, whenever I'm at an NCSL meeting, they like to chime in and say, "Oh no, we're the least." Okay, but anyway, I wanted to present that because again, in a few of these cases as well, the clerk certifies. I know in this legislation, it's written that the clerk is to certify these forms. I myself, after 20 years after I graduated college, I had the last $4,000 of my student loans forgiven via PSLF. I was grateful for that. But I did go through RGCAO for that practice. However, in several of these states, the clerk does certify on behalf of the legislators. So that's, I just wanted to give you sort of a snapshot as to how the program is run. And again, Representative Wade asked the question earlier about legislation. I believe it has been sort of a decision of the sort of chief administrative officers with their HR folks that they came to that decision on their own about the service, because again, it's not about employment, it's about the service. Because you could essentially I'll just call it that. It's the service that counts in that respect. So
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions? Rep. Wade.
Just quick question. So, from what you just said, it's the service that's at issue for the reason for denying some of these claims. So, in your view, does this legislation would that fix that? Because it's a federally administered program,
right?
So, would this state law actually work as intended from your understanding?
I think so. Certainly, that by stating the position of that you all, as the legislative body, believe this is important enough to count for this program, it certainly gives direction to the legislative staff. But because this one actually directs me to fill out the form, I would take the message loud and clear.
Representative Pear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the list of states that you mentioned, did they pass a law to have their legislators qualify, or did they just do it?
Right. So as I mentioned in response to Representative Wade's question, I believe that in many of these cases, it was sort of a determination by their chief administrative folks to process these on their own without legislation.
Okay.
I think the rationale here is because there's this question, and it is a long-standing question. I want to make it clear that before the PSLF program began, there's always been we've had members that used to appear before this committee a lot when they were alive. Representative Marple, for example, that used to talk about the fact that he was not an employee, and that's why he deserved to be paid his compensation in gold and silver and that sort of thing, because he was an elected official. So that argument has been around a very long time, and I think that's why GCAO has sort of gone by that long-standing provision. But setting the position in law that this does count, I think that addresses that.
Just follow up, please. So the administrators of the general court, could they just reconvene and reassess without us having to pass a law?
I'm my best advice to you is that if that would be a very good conversation for you to have with those folks. However, based on the precedent of prior decisions, I don't think that's all that likely.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Oh, Rep. Wall. Sorry.
Very much, Madam Chairman. So are there penalties in other states if employers don't allow this time off?
So I'm not talking about that part of the bill. I truly have nothing to say about that. That's entirely. I wasn't asked to look at that, and I'm.
That's okay. Okay, thanks.
All right, no other questions. Thank you very much. And I have one more pink card, John Jerrigan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. My name is John Garrigan. I am General Counsel at the Department of Labor. The department is neutral on this bill. I'm just here to provide some information really on the enforcement piece for the employment or the non-discharge part. We don't take any position on public service loan forgiveness. Just so you're aware, under our laws, under RSA 273.11a, a violation of this proposed language here, that would result for a first time in a warning with 30 days to correct, and then any subsequent violations could be punishable by up to a $2,500 civil penalty. I had come before the committee a few weeks back and previously testified on HB 347, which is a very similar bill. The testimony we had on that bill was seeking to amend RSA 14A, and our position was that we needed language amended into that bill in order to give us authority to not just penalize, but to also investigate and to look into these instances. This bill, HB 605, takes a different tack. It actually includes the violation within RSA 275, which is our kind of main protective legislation statute at the Department of Labor. As such, this bill, we feel, actually properly has an investigative authority and the penalty authority in it, so we don't have any technical corrections to suggest on that front. I just want to clarify the difference in position between those two bills. So this language addresses all the concerns that we had raised with HB 347, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Representative Pear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you just say 275 or, because I'm reading 270. Oh, wait a minute now. I thought I saw 273, you know? Yes. Can you clarify 275 versus 273?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So RSA 273 is the establishing statute for the Department of Labor. I'll back up one step. The Department of Labor administers a lot of statutes. One of them happens to be RSA 273. That's our kind of establishing statute. That's the kind of core. It's a very old statute, goes back to 1911. In some instances goes back to 1894 when the department was founded. Among the statutes we administer, RSA 275 contains, I think, what most people would typically think of as like the wage and hour laws. Like you've got to get paid on time. Employers are only allowed to deduct certain things, that sort of stuff. So this bill would propose adding this right to leave work within that statutory construction. That's the statutory area that we do a lot of work in and we have a lot of jurisdiction over. So with that clarity and that this would be in RSA 275, as opposed to trying to amend RSA 14A, which the department has no otherwise authority over RSA 14A, we feel that this would be a proper, kind of a good place for it if the intent was to have the department investigate and enforce this provision.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much
Thank you
for
so
your
much.
testimony. And we have no other pink cards, so I will close the public hearing on HB 605. Is Greg there?
So the first part of the bill, first part of the bill is student loan forgiveness. That's not time off. That's just student loan forgiveness. And there's
Chair will open the hearing on HR 8 and recognize not the prime sponsor, but you are introducing the bill.
I am introducing the bill on Representative Belcher's behalf. My name is Representative Len Turcott. I represent towns of Barrington and Stratford, Stratford County District 4. I'm here to introduce House Resolution number 8, resolving that the practice of suspending a constitutional officer to be outside the authority designated to the judiciary and appropriately delegated to the general court. I am introducing this on Representative Belcher's behalf. He unfortunately finds himself hospitalized today and is still in the hospital. So I don't know enough about his bill to speak to it, but there it is.
So you'll take questions then, right?
Absolutely. Bring them on.
Thank you, Representative. We have, I would like pink cards, but we don't have any. I can tell you a little bit about this bill. And sure. Are they pink cards? It's a well-oiled machine today we've got going. I will pass on some information for you. From what I know, this bill deals with the New Hampshire Supreme Court and their decision to put one of the justices on, I'm not even sure if this is the right term, paid leave or something like that. So the question is whether the court has that ability, and to what extent does that ability, as it goes longer, does that turn into a virtual, I'm making this up, a virtual impeachment of that justice? Because by constitutional analysis or reading, only the legislature has that ability to do impeachments. So that's the gist of what this is about. Layered on top of that is the concern of mine that House resolutions, as we've learned from last term, House resolutions only are dealt with in the House. They don't go to the Senate. So it's kind of, I'm not sure what this is going to accomplish. The last piece that I'll give you and explain to you that you'll be receiving an email from me is some information that I received from Attorney Cianci, House Counsel, that refers to a case in New Hampshire where the court in their decision discussed this concern of does the court have room to discipline, and at what point does discipline turn into something other than discipline? And so I will provide all of that information for you, and we will use it at some point for the exec session. I'm hopeful that the prime sponsor recovers and is able to speak for himself. I will certainly provide him some time if we need it during the exec session, but he is the only sponsor, as you see on here, and it makes it awfully difficult for us. So as it stands, that's where it stands right now, and that's about all I can tell you. So with that, I'm going to close the House Resolution 8. And our last piece of business for the day is a hearing on the non-germane amendment, which I'm going to ask Representative Turcott to introduce. So I'll open up the hearing on House Bill 118, which is a non-germane amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Len Turcott. I represent the towns of Barrington and Stratford County District 4. I'm here to put in an amendment for HB 118, replacing the title of the bill and the entirety of the bill, an act repealing certain committees and commissions. Since it is representative vote. Okay, and that's all I have to say about it. I will not take any questions on it.
Thank you very much, Representative Turcott. I will again give you a little explanation here. This committee, especially for those that are not familiar with this committee, I don't know how many years we've done this. Started with the original 4, with the original COMCOM committees back with a prior researcher that we had who was brilliant, named Pam Smarling. We have within our House RSA, our House and Senate RSAs, somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 400 committees and commissions. It's a daunting task to staff or to, what's the word I'm looking for? Populate those committees and commissions. And in the process, our deputy speaker, assistant deputy speaker, comes across ones that need to be, have either outlived their usefulness and never were drafted with an expiration date attached to them, or they have not met in years and no one can decide whether they need to be in existence any longer. And so we end up with this list, in this case, of 10 or 11, I think, something like that, of suggested repeals. And so this is a hearing to hear from anyone that would like to speak about any of these committees or commissions and whether or not they should be removed from consideration for continued staffing or populating. So with that, that's about all I can tell you about it. And with that, I have, these are the two that were up there. Is that right? So I have two pink cards. I will call on Mary Ann. Can I correct some of this so that it can get into the record? Barter it is. Barter.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
If you'd like, I can invite
Welcome.
Shannon Tremblay to join me, and then you could get us both done at once.
No, we're fine.
Okay,
Let's
all right, that's
go as we go. You are with the New Hampshire Child Care Advisory Council?
Yes, I'm
And-
currently the chair.
Okay, currently chair. Welcome to Legislative Administration, and tell us about your organization.
Thank you. So we were surprised to see ourselves on this list because we have been very busy and very vibrant for several years, well, for decades now. The Child Care Advisory Council meets 6 times a year. We have a voting membership of voting and non-voting members. We get reports from DHHS and from the Department of Education, and then we report back with suggestions that might, or we advise on anything that might impede access to childcare statewide. So when I think of the Child Care Advisory Council, I really think of a group of people who are trying to do what's best for the children, trying to make sure that parents have access to childcare, and try to make sure the childcare providers remain open, vibrant, and serving their communities. So what we have really done over the last several years during the pandemic is make sure that the childcare providers are aware of all the different options that are open to them, the different funds that are available, different ways to access these funds. And we've also reached out to DHHS and the Department of Education about any information or anything pending that might impede the ability to provide childcare. And I will use as an example of some of the work we've just finished is the Child Care Advisory Council convened a group of 11 childcare providers to work with DHHS's Childcare Licensing Bureau to get together and to go through the rules line by line. It took us almost a year. It was an incredible process, but to streamline the rules to make it possible for childcare providers to continue to provide care in the state and not be so overburdened by regulation. It is a heavily regulated industry. We're thinking about kids' safety. We want to make sure the child care licensing rules are about children's safety and not hidden quality agendas or hidden other agendas that would impede access. We do have to present a report to the House Oversight Committee once a year. We did that in June, and I do have copies of that if you would like it. Yes, I really don't, unless anyone has any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have any idea, or does anyone have any idea how your group ended up on this list?
No, I wish I knew. I mean, we don't know. I mean, sometimes in doing our work, we irritate people.
Okay.
So
I might be able to shed a little light. First off, can I ask how many voting members and how many non-voting members you have?
I would defer that to Shannon. She's the director of the Child Care Advisory
Oh.
Council. Yeah, I'm off the top of her head. 18-ish. It's not a very tight committee. I'm gonna be honest. We have not looked at our bylaws since 2011, and the world of childcare has changed dramatically in that period of time. We are currently going through the strategic planning process. We hired a consultant from St. Anselm College to interview stakeholders, interview members of the Child Care Advisory Council, different community leaders to kind of understand how the Child Care Advisory Council can serve communities today and serve the state today. A perfect example of the change in the Child Care Advisory Council is for the very first time, we have someone from the BIA who's attending our meetings because we know the future of childcare is childcare providers providing a service so employers can have employees, and building that close relationship will really, and formalizing that close relationship will benefit both the employers in the state and childcare facilities.
Thank you. I have read your bylaws, and a couple of the things that I think may have triggered this, and I, again, am only making this up, but I'm trying to answer your question. In the voting members, there is one representative and one senator. But there's a number of voting members within this organization. So I think from this perspective, there's not very much input from the legislative side of things. So the question is, why are we having a legislative enacted study committee when it's not really legislatively driven? So I think part of the question, and again, this is supposition on my part. Part of the question is, does this operate if those two line items, one for House and one for Senate, didn't participate, and could everything still operate the way it does outside with them determining any changes and them reporting back to either DHHS or HHS or Children and Family Law or whoever it is, without the input of the legislator of the, yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for my question. Would that be why in this, the language of all the different lines that we have, there's relative to, and in this instance, and then there's also relative to the repeal. And so therefore, under line 8 on page 2, it says relative to the Advisory Council on Child Care, but it does not say relative to the repeal. So therefore, it's seeking that further clarification.
I think it does.
Yeah, I think this is almost turning into a work session here, and we're trying to piece it together, and I'm not
So
sure.
Are repealed.
Yeah, it does
So that's
have the
confusing.
repeal.
Okay,
But-
thank you.
But I'm not entirely certain of my spiel a minute ago. But I also will say that we've got two extraordinary things. The two people that know most about this, and we don't plan on voting on this or anything today.
Thank you.
But the two people, coincidentally, with the last question, are all part of either in the hospital, have been sick all weekend, or now our vice chair is having to exec up in ED&A, her second committee. So the people that know most about this aren't here. So we're kind of at a loss. We're kind of working on supposition. Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still trying to get some information on this, please. You meet 6 times a year, correct? Do you offer any reports to anybody anywhere?
Yes. So we have, we tape the meetings in case anyone can't make it. We
have our minutes that are on both of our website and on the Early Learning New Hampshire website. We do announce our meetings in the calendar, the state and the legislative calendars, and we report to the House Oversight Committee once a year. So, but a lot of the reporting back is suggestions. So, for example, someone from the Child Development Bureau might call us and say, what is the field feeling about X, Y, and Z? And then we may go back and do some fact finding and figure out and then report out.
Thank you. Follow up. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you. The vice chair and I served on the committee to get rid of commissions that were dormant and not meeting frequently at all and not offering reports. So you are meeting 6 times a year. You are. Who do you give your reports to again, please?
The House Oversight Committee.
Okay.
And I do have copies of our most recent report right here.
That's very helpful. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you stated that there's one House rep and one senator on your committees. Do they attend the 6 meetings a year?
I'd love to say they do, but they do not. Senator Whitley was very active on our committee, and she did attend during her tenure. We haven't had luck getting a House representative to attend in quite a long time.
Part of that, my understanding is, I think your meetings are Thursdays.
Yes. Yes, we have a plan for that.
Which is a House session day. To be fair, it doesn't, just to explain a little bit why Thursdays may not, or attendance may not be what you had hoped. But again, I think part of it is not certain whether there's a need. Representative Turcott, you had a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one quick point somebody was asking about. On line 25 on the first page, it talks about repeal. The following are repealed. And I would agree the way it's written, when you get towards the back, they're talking about repeals. I don't know if we're repealing a repeal or what's going on. So I think that needs to be looked at. To the speaker, did you say you were the chair of this advisory council?
Yes.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair. Besides doing that, do you work in the business of childcare yourself, and what is that you do?
Sure. Thank you for asking. So I am the chair of the Child Care Advisory Council, but I do not get any remuneration for that. My day job is I'm the executive director at Merrimack Valley Daycare Service and Blueberry Express Daycare. So I have 5 centers in the Concord area.
I'll follow up on that. If you can get for us the voting members and the non-voting members somewhere along the line, and any indication of how many of the voting members and non-voting members are in the child care business would be helpful. Further, Representative Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. If this were to be repealed, and you report to Health and Human Services, does Health and Human Services have the authority to set up their own commission and continue the work you're doing?
Can I be very candid?
It's just us here.
Yeah.
In the YouTube world.
So perhaps, but I will say that childcare providers, individual childcare providers, do not have a very strong voice in New Hampshire. So, and a lot of things get done to us without our consultation, right? So I would say our licensing regulations have always been incredibly cumbersome. We were glad to tackle that. Some of the ARPA funding that went through DHHS, we frankly disagreed with how those funds were being used. Some of the CCDF plans, the quality initiatives, which is the QRAS, if anyone's ever heard of that, we frankly really disagree with that. So my concern would be if HHS developed their own council, it would be to promote HHS agendas. And I know that sounds negative, we love them. We work closely with them. They're great partners, but truth of the matter is we argue with them a lot because we're about what it looks like, not ideally, not in a perfect world, but what it looks like realistically to do this work in this environment in our state. And it's frustrating when state leadership does not hear the fact that sometimes a zoning law or sometimes something that's very well intentioned can completely decimate a business. And that's why it's so important that the providers have a voice.
Follow up?
You follow up.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your explanation. I know you have one senator and one state rep on this council. Do you either call in other elected officials to meet with you, and do you have individuals file legislation on the council's behalf?
We have not had them file legislation on the council's behalf. We have recommended legislation that has had some legs.
Thank you. I needed that clarification also. So you do have legislators who are involved even though they're not members of.
Correct. And as far as when we think of providers not being voting members, our meetings are in public, but we also have a Zoom option and we also have an evening option for people who can't be there but might still have questions. We have sometimes over 200 people, childcare providers, going to our meetings and listening to the things that are happening there. It is a very engaged council.
So do I understand then that you do actively have involvement with legislators on a regular basis?
We do.
Thank you.
We met with Representative Barry this morning.
Thank you.
No other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Representative Shannon Tremblay, do you also? Okay. Welcome to Legislative Administration.
Thank you. Shannon Tremblay. I'm here as the director of the Child Care Advisory Council. To answer your question about the voting members, there are 16. And we have 3 non-voting members from DHHS and the Bureau, Child Care Licensing. So I don't know if you have any more questions or if I can add anything.
I'm sorry, can you, the last line, 0 members?
3 voting members. Non-voting.
Three
sorry.
non-voting,
Yep.
and then you said something with 0 in it. None in the child care industry or something like that, maybe?
Nope. Department of Health and Human Services
Yeah.
and the Child Care Licensing.
Okay, so they work for child care licensing. I get it. Right?
Yeah.
Yes. One of the other things that I saw in your bylaws that kind of struck me odd, especially from the standpoint of a legislative committee established, was the fact that you can basically add members on your own. You have the ability to add to your, normally a legislative committee lays out who's going to be in it. This one says, or anyone else that you choose, you can welcome them into the committee. So I'm certain you didn't always have 19. I think you've added people as you go. That's unusual for a legislative committee. So that was just another oddity and what triggered my question of how many members you have at this point. Do you have other testimony that you would like to add to?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. Your microphone's on. Do you have questions?
No,
Okay.
so for now, thank you.
Anything else? I think we're all set. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you.
With that, I have no other pink cards. Does anyone else want to testify that's in the room? No, we're good. As far as I can see, there's no one else, and no one has contacted me from any of the other groups, with the exception of the offshore. No, I can't find it. Yeah. offshore wind industry development. I believe that there's another piece of legislation that's either coming up this week or in the calendar that deals with that. So that may be coming off along the way. But other than that, what we will do as a committee is meet with Deborah Childs and before we exec any of these things, and we'll find out what the information is. As I get any more information, I'll certainly provide it to the committee. Yep.
Is Deborah Childs a rep? I don't know the name.
Deborah Childs is the deputy.
Chief, isn't she chief of staff?
Yeah, a deputy chief of staff.
Deputy chief of staff. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Um,
I don't know you won't.
what?
I'm picking on you.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, there's between assistants such and such and deputy such and such and assistant to the clerk and I'm at the end of a day. But I think we've got some things to discuss. It'll be a lively executive session. I have one of the reason I jumped out of here was to create the exec session before the calendar deadline. So we've set that up for the 12th of Wednesday. Yeah, unless that changes. Yep. 9. And I have not set it up just for your purposes, and notwithstanding being ostracized for this, but I set it up at 9 o'clock and we're just going to go until we're done. We can recess at any period of time and take a lunch break if we want to. We can do it, but they're not set times all the way through.
What's our deadline for getting reports out?
Now that we've accomplished our early bill, our next deadlines are all 3/20.
Okay,
So we are
we're close.
close, and we still have the concern that the 12th turns into a session day, and if that's the case, be mindful of me going to the well at one of the house sessions so that we can that will count as a calendar notification of when we're moving things to. So I don't think we would have time to get it in the calendar if they come back and say on the 12th we're having a session day. We'll have to schedule quickly. Mm-hmm.
I do remember hearing at some point another committee popping up on well and then convening. It went on a day of session day and then quickly.
Yeah, so instead of putting it in the calendar, you can satisfy the public notice by publicly stating it at the well when we will meet. So, but with a small committee, I will make sure everybody knows what we're doing. So
It wouldn't potentially be that same day. It still has to be within.
yeah, it won't be that day. What I'm hearing is if we have that many bills that stack up and have to be handled, we will be meeting till 6 or 7 at night, both days. If we get to that point, I mean, it may even be it may even be the following week, which is the deadline, right? Because the 12th, so it would be the 19th and 20th. It may be that week. So actually, sounds terrible, but I am hopeful it's that rather than screwing up our schedule for getting these out on but we will need reports quickly for that as well. So the good part about a lot of our bills, we have reports already written. From prior years that we've done this, so you pretty much can just pull, I think at least 5 of these, I think we've already heard. So assuming the results are the same. Anything else? Anybody have problems?
I just want to say the Democrats are due in LLB 104 at 3 o'clock.
Adios. Thanks for everybody for today.
Thank you for keeping this.